Okay, good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for April 19, 2022. And roll call and post in the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perrello, Councilmember Tehran,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on April 7th, 2022.
Thank you. And we got item number B. Any public comments on this item? I don't have any public comments on my list. Do we have any, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any public speakers.
Okay, so we're going to go into our city attorney. Go ahead and we item C, closed session items. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matters being discussed are 1, George Carrizales versus City of Oxnard, and 2, Stephen Ramirez versus City of Oxnard. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D4, based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. And finally, the City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding property located at East 5th Street and Rice Avenue, assessor's parcel number 216-0-160-575. The agency negotiator is Michael Wolf, Public Works Director. Negotiating party is SWEPI LLP. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment, and the legislative body is the City Council.
Thank
So,
you.
Madam Clerk, are there any speakers that signed up while we were
No,
stating
we
that?
do not have any public speakers for this item. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, then we're going into closed session. We'll be back for the opening ceremonies at 6 p.m. Thank you. Session and Mr. City Attorney, any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. The council, by a unanimous vote, has directed the city attorney to initiate an action. The action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once unsealed, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. And that's the only report I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Next item is our opening ceremonies, and we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. But we have, I'd like to share with everybody that we have a moment of silence for the people in Ukraine, and they're suffering tremendously. And also, Councilman Perello.
Yes, I'd like to have a moment of silence also for a lady that's identified in the LA Times. Her name is Rosario Ibarra from Mexico. She's the founder of an organization called Eureka Coalition, looking to find out what's happened to the children and the family members that have disappeared, over 100,000 people since 2006, 98% of them. And she has yet to get an answer from the Mexican government. She recently died, and the woman stuck her neck out. And some credit to wherever you are in the world, somebody doing that. Thank you. Mayor.
Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Our next item is a very, very important item, and this is the ceremonial item. This is a presentation of resolution commending Eric Zansigard for 26 years of service to the city of Oxnard. Eric, you want to come up? Okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Eric, thank you for coming up. And where's the chief? You want to come up? This is resolution the city council, city of Oxnard, commending Eric S. Zansigard for 26 years of outstanding service to the city of Oxnard. Whereas Eric Zansigard has given 26 years of outstanding service to the city of Oxnard as a member of the Oxnard Police Department, where Eric has begun his law enforcement career in 1990 as an interim with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office on September 24, 1993. And he was hired by the Los Angeles District Police Department and also served the students and residents of Boyle Heights neighborhood in East Los Angeles, where he transferred to the Oxnard Police Department in April 22, 1996, and has served the community of Oxnard honorably with distinction in the advancement as a police chief, assistant police chief. Whereas throughout his career, Chief Zansigard held a wide variety of assignments with the police department, including patrol officer, field training officer, canine handler, bike team member, patrol sergeant, sergeant of Oxnard Crime Task Force, training sergeant, professional sergeant, commander, special operations, commander investigation, assistant chief overseeing many bureau services, administrative services, and investigating services. Whew. Where Chief Zansigard's contribution to the police departments are many. He developed and instructed the department's nationally recognized cultural proficiency curriculum development and implemented the first Summer City Hall program that led the department transition to a judicial-based defense tactic program. He also led the implementation of the county's first community crime camera program and served as team captain / department coordinator for the Baker to Vegas relay team, and also the corporate games and also the Palm Springs golf tournament. My goodness. Whereas Assistant Chief Zansigard has been champion for leadership within the police department, he attended 10-week course with the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. He also attended a 9-month course, intensive care, with the Sherman Block Leadership Institute, and also the POST, the Executive Development course, and also served in the 2020 President FBI National Academy Association Department chapter. Over the course of his career, Assistant Chief Zansigard has received numerous awards and commendations, including over 20 awards as a regional K-9 competition K-9 Argos, the 2012 Chief Award of Excellence, the 2013 Pell Special Honoree, the 2014 Salvation Army Volunteer of the Year, and also the 2018 National Police Clergy Council Carrying Award. Where Assistant Chief Zansigard was born and raised in Thousand Oaks and currently lives here in Oxnard. Through his positive interaction, he has earned his respect of fellow officers, city employees in the community, and has developed countless of friendships and partnerships within the city. Now, therefore, the City Council, City of Oxnard resolves to commend and recognize the extent of gratitude of Assistant Chief Eric Zansigard for 26 years of service to the City of Oxnard. We extend the best wishes of fun and also fulfilling retirement with a family. In witness thereof, we stand, all of us put our hand on the great seal of the City of Oxnard to affix the 19th day of April 2022. And congratulations. Phew. And also we have Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. They'd like to share a couple of words.
Thank you. It's great to be back here with my colleagues, friends, staff, and wouldn't want to miss this opportunity to congratulate Eric on his 26 years of service. I think it's bittersweet because we know what he's done for our city, what our great police department we have, great command staff under current and former leadership. But Eric has been such a critical part of gaining the trust of our community, which not every community can say that we feel good about our police. They are part of us, they know us, and we can trust them. So I'm just so pleased to present this recognition from the Board of Supervisors, which I happen to be, luckily for this occasion, the chair this year. So I could do this, it would have happened anyway, to thank Eric for his service, 26 years of exceptional service to our city and to the people of our community. And what an example of leadership that you're taking to that very lucky town in Colorado. You're gonna always make everything better wherever you go. So I want to thank you, congratulate you and your family for your years of service. So I won't read the resolutions, pretty much the same stuff, but it's got a little different color on it. So thank you, Eric.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ramirez. Chief, you'd like to say a couple of words?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and Supervisor Ramirez. Thank you for joining us here tonight. You said it very well, that this is a very bittersweet time in our department's history. I have worked with Eric alongside of him since August of 1996. And fast forward to the end of 2006, when Scott Whitney and myself were promoted to Assistant Chief and Eric to Commander, all on the same day. And there began what I think was to be like a very huge period in our department's history, where the three of us were a great team. We still call each other the Three Amigos. We went through a lot of challenges. We saw good times, we saw hard times, but we got through it. And I can tell you that Eric has always been a dedicated, one of the ultimate dedicated employees to the city, dedicated to his family. And Carrie, thank you for loaning him to us for the past 26 years. I know there were a lot of late night messages and things like that. We appreciate that. But I could not have asked for a better colleague. I could not have asked for a better partner. And he's also a very dear friend. So we will miss him.
Thank you so much. Any other council members like to share a couple of words? I know that Mayor Pro Tem is looking at Zansigard kind of funny there. Here we go, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm good. He's good.
Council members? Well, but before we get there, no, yes?
Chief, thank you for everything. The last 6 years that I've gotten to know you, it has meant a lot. But the thing or best memory that I got from the 6 years was actually attending a Cal Luther alumni meeting where I met Mr. Karsten. And he said the nicest things about you. Think he knew you since you were very, very young. So he had nothing but positive things to say. I was fairly new to the council then, but from all of his words that he said, they were all true. You're great, man. Thank you for your years of service to the city. They're very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Zansigard, thank you so much for your service to our community. And I know that in the context of the city, we've interacted in my time on neighborhood council and INCO. And I know we've had some really great conversations about our community and different ways that we can serve to better the community as much as possible. I will say outside of city council and outside of the city role, I'm comfortable saying that one of the high points of my career, my day job that I do every day, was being contacted by Oxnard PD, by Chief Zansigard, and being looked at as a subject matter expert on a topic that was going to come before the council, and asked if I would be willing to present on that. And I just appreciate you seeing me in that light and giving me that opportunity to grow and elevate myself as a local expert as well in that area. So I will forever remember that as a high point for me in my career, and I thank you for that opportunity. But I always will remember the great conversations we had, and I just very much appreciate your grounded view on things. And sometimes you ground me when I need to be grounded on things too. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, now Mayor Pro Tem.
I had the pleasure of working with Eric for many, many years. Chief, thank you so much for being a resource to the community. I'm going to make this short because I'm in a little bit of pain right now, and I apologize. But you will be gone, but you will never be forgotten. And please don't ever be a stranger. And bless you in your future career. Bless you for what you did. And thank you so much.
Chief, thank you very much. You impressed me the first time we had a chance to one-on-one. I had no idea you had a terrific sense of humor, and it really comes in useful. I also remember the cold light of day when you informed me about having to go to homicide scenes and how it impacts police officers. Only 2 bits of advice I can give you going to Colorado. Make sure you buy your long underwear over there, not here. It's totally different. And be careful of wearing your Chargers logo. That's the other thing. But I mean, seriously, thank you very much. There were times that I brought issues to you. You resolved them straightforward, no BS, no dodging a bullet. You were everything. And before we leave, I'd like you to recognize your family here too, please. Thank you. Best of luck.
My turn?
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So, well, thank you very much to everybody up here. I'm not a huge individual accolades person, so I prefer the team accolades. So thank you very much. I do want to recognize my wife, Carrie, and my youngest son, JR, that are here. Everybody knows our story. Yeah. Carrie and I have been together since we were freshmen in high school, never a day apart. So I know everybody's tired of hearing that story, but that's the way it is. We're the ultimate high school sweethearts. But I just want to say thank you. It has been an incredible experience working here. I served under 6 police chiefs and 6 city managers, and I had an opportunity to learn from all of them, and I'm looking forward to taking some of the things I learned from them. I will just tell everybody up here on the dais, particularly out watching at home out in the audience, I have seen Oxnard. I've seen the ups and downs since the mid-90s. And the city has, there's a saying, I told the people at the police department, there's a saying in Vegas, like you never leave a table when it's hot. I'm like leaving the table when it's hot right now. Oxnard has never been in a better position to just be great moving forward for a lot of different reasons. And a lot of that has to do with the city manager and the police chief. And so on that note, I'm a little sad that I'm leaving, but I know that there's going to be great things that are to come for not only the police department, but the city of Oxnard. So I'll be really looking forward to watching that. So yeah, I will be Oxnard for life. I always will. I love this place. I just loved every day working here, and I just appreciated the opportunity that the city gave me to serve them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Eric, you're going from about 240,000 population to 5,000, 6,000?
to know the names of every single resident.
And good hunting. You know, that probably the location, Colon is probably bigger than that whole city you're going to right now. Put your hands together for Eric. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Perello, second by Councilor Madrigal. Okay, please vote. Erica, you got to come back. It didn't work.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One more. Oh, do we have to? We have one more item, right? Is that? You want us to stand on that one? I don't think so. No. Okay, our next item is Mr. City Manager wants to do accommodation for staff work on Amazon.
Yes,
Mr. City Manager.
yes, I do have some slides to begin, so I'm going to wait for Diego to pull them up. Here he comes. Tonight, I'd like to take this opportunity to give special recognition to a handful of city staff who literally work their butts off to make the Amazon Fulfillment Center a reality. So if you look at the screen, here we go. I'm waiting for it to advance. Hang on. Diego, we have a technical problem. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Okay. So in the fall of 2020, it still looked like that out there at the Sakioka Farms property. And then you can see very quickly the evolution as we go. I think this
Is this the one you need?
no, let me see. This remote, I think, was ordered from Amazon. Okay, go forward one, please.
Sure.
Okay, so the left hand, you can see it was still raw land. Moving towards December, you could see they'd laid the foundation and started some of their initial framing. Next slide. And then progression, March 2021, the building's up. In June, that's another angle of the building, a little bit more finished. And oops, we can go back to next one. Okay, so then January of this year, the outside and the inside is basically complete. And then we get to, if you go to the next slide, please. All right, so here's what I want to start. So beginning with the primary parties that made this possible. So first and foremost, the Sakioka family, and I want to recognize Jeremy Sakioka as well as Craig Kaihara. Without their land and their desire and willingness, this would not be a reality. Of course, there's Amazon, without whom, if they didn't want to bring their business to this part of the world, it wouldn't be here. And specifically, Jason Quintel of Seafried Industrial Properties, he was Amazon's developer. And then early on in 2020, the city council at the time made some of the final approvals on the tentative map as well as the development agreement. And on that council also included our former mayor, Tim Flynn, and Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. Also, that planning commission also did a lot of the heavy lifting in vetting the final approvals. And you can see the names of the planning commission from that year, Chair Deidre Frank, Robert Sanchez, Jeremy Meyer, Orlando Dozier, Jim Fearing, and Daniel Chavez Jr. So many thanks to them for all their hard work. Next, please. Okay, so we come to the final grand opening of the ribbon cutting. So some of us were able to make it that day. And so now what I want to do is call on our staff to recognize them. So Diego, if you can take down the slide. We're done with this. Okay, so I'm gonna, again, many people were involved on the city side, but I want to especially recognize people who literally grinded this out for, I think it was at least 18 months on a regular routine daily basis. So I'm just going to call you up, and I would ask that when I call you, if you come up to the well here so that at the end we can take a group photo. So first, I'd like to recognize Scott Kolbitz, who is unfortunately our former planning manager, because he is now in the city of Thousand Oaks. Scott, come on up. Next is Tai Chow, who is our supervising civil engineer. Next is Clara Magana, our assistant civil engineer. Thank you. And then Ken Roselle, our chief assistant city attorney. The acronym for his job title, by the way, is CACA. Next is Sarah Lejeune, who is our planning consultant, who really grinded this out with us. Is Sarah here or? Oh, she's online. She's listening, I believe. Okay. Someone who's actually out of town today, Sean O'Donnell, who is our supervising building inspector. So he's here in spirit. Next is J.R. Euro, senior construction inspector. J.R. And next we have Dennis Neighbor, our building inspector. Is somehow turning into a beauty pageant. Next is Bud Rizzo, who is our electrical inspector. Bud? So Bud, again, is our electrical inspector, but apparently his business card reads the Royal Dudeness. Couple more people. Our fire marshal, Steve McNaughton. And I understand Steve's wife wanted me to actually refer to him as the battalion chief. But during all his inspections at Amazon, which I know he butted heads with people a lot to make sure that the building is safe for everyone who works there, they saw him as the fire marshal. And Bernie Davidson, who's the other fire inspector / investigator. Is Bernie here? There he is. And after that, we actually have Assistant City Manager Ashley Golden. So you're gonna have to stand up. And then the kingpin, linchpin, Jeff Pingilly, the Assistant Director of the department and the building official. So I just want to say quickly, these are the core staff who on a regular basis made this possible. This did not happen easily. This was an extremely complicated and complex project. There was a lot of back and forth and headbutting with everyone involved because our staff's job was to ensure that the building was going to be up to code and be safe for all the people who'd be working there. And not to speak for the private sector, right? Their goal is to get it up as soon as possible and as cost effective as possible. So it was a lot of hard work. I want to say one more thing, which is there were moments when it got a little heated. And our Mayor Pro Tem, Brian McDonald, helped me as our back channel ambassador to keep me cool in working with the family. So I want to recognize Brian. I only have one Amazon building shovel, so that's going to go to Jeff Pingilly.
No.
So with that, I'm going to release them and
Don't-
and I
Mr.
have one more batch of employees, and then we can turn it over to the
Mr. City
council.
Manager, I just want to thank the staff that's here today because we had the opportunity to actually go and tour the Amazon, and it's just phenomenal with all the robotic units that are there. It's just phenomenal. I know Mayor Pro Tem and I and also Councilwoman Lopez who toured the plant, and you guys did a great job. By the way, it's four floors. You know, when you looked at the outside, it looks like a big box, but it's just phenomenal. You guys did a good job. Thank you on behalf of the City Council. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, now
Go ahead.
there's a smaller group. So if you recall, when we initially announced that the deal was in place and that this would eventually happen, I made some comments here at the council that getting them here was half of the effort for us, that the other half would be figuring out how we would get our residents to be at the front of the line to get these much needed jobs at Amazon, which, to remind everyone, not only pays well above minimum wage, but also provides health benefits as well as education dollars for their employees. So we spent quite a bit of time working with Amazon to convince them of a couple things. One was to let us take the lead in the recruitment and informational process. And two, pushing them to designate this particular center, and I think they call it an ESL center, meaning bilingual for Spanish. The interesting, the king of demographics needed time to figure that out. So a couple of staff I want to call out here. So we're going to start with Rosie Ornelas, our Economic Development Project Manager. Rosie, come on up. Adam Smith, the City Manager's Office's Project Manager. Katie Casey, our Communications Manager for the city. Katie, she's here, okay. And for double billing, Ashley Golden, our Assistant City Manager, who had a heavy hand in this. So they worked, again, there was a lot of headbutting with the large company, but they were instrumental in convincing the powers that be at Amazon that we knew the community and just let us go out there and get people ready. So they worked really hard for this, and I'm so thrilled to be able to say that their HR person informed us that 64% of the, I think, nearly 2,000 employees now hired at Amazon, 64% are from Oxnard. So thank you and congratulations. And nobody here gets a shovel, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members.
And you said something important too. When we went out there, I made a little presentation and I said, we thank you to Amazon for hiring 1,500 people. And I got corrected. He said 2,000 people. So that's really fantastic. As the city manager mentioned, 64% were from Oxnard. So congratulations to all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Councilor Perrella.
Yes, I'd like to thank everyone involved, and I was not involved in the details, but I do recall past fire chief and current fire chief having issues specifically with the safety of the building. I want to thank the city of Oxnard for holding the line on safety, whether they're residents of Oxnard that work there or non-residents of Oxnard. Safety, health, safety, and welfare came as the highest priority. But I want to say, this is the first time in my memory since being on a council for June of 13 that there's ever been the recognition to the employees. I can tell you honestly, I don't know a lot of the employees that I saw faces tonight. It's probably better for me, but it is really classy in my mind that somebody makes recognition like this to the people that work here. It's more than just a job. And from a councilman, thank you very much. And thank you for making this presentation possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Nguyen, thank you for introducing the staff and allowing the public to see them. It's one thing to sit up here and be a policymaker and make decisions and stuff, but it's in the military, what they call it, the boots on the ground that make things happen. And these folks that were introduced to you tonight are those boots on the ground. And without them, we would be nothing. So I truly appreciate your efforts. I have very high regards for all of you. I know most of you. I talked to some of you probably more than you'd like me to talk to you, but that's okay. We get along well. You're always gracious. You're always informative. And I would pit our staff against any other staff anywhere in the Ventura County. We have excellent people here and we make excellent things happen. So thank you very, very much to all of you for the work you did, the long hours. And I sometimes will email people on the weekends and I put lines in there of, it's Saturday, don't answer me until Monday. And I still get answers back or phone calls back. So that just speaks to the caliber of our staff and our city. We could use a little more help periodically, but I know our city manager is going to help me out there, but we're on the right track and we have excellent staff to prove that. So thank you all very, very much for the work that you do.
Thank you so much, council members. And again, every single day I share that we have the best city employees, you know, in the whole county for that matter, the whole state of California. I'll go that far. Thank you so much for the presentation. And again, thank you to the staff. And if you have an opportunity, one of the things that was shared to me, Mr. City Manager, as we were walking, what the head of the plant was saying, hey, Mr. Mayor, we get a lot of bad press, you know, people saying we're bad, but come on over and look at it, look us over and see what we do. And I really believe that they're really a good employer, you know, that's helping out the community. So thank you again to the staff for all the good work as I mentioned. Thank you so much. Our next item is item F. This is public comments not on the agenda. And we have approximately 4 or 5 speakers. We'll start off, Madam Clerk, with Carla Ramirez, followed by Genevieve Flores. Carla Ramirez, 3 minutes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The comments that were made last week at the rent control meeting regarding the indigenous Mixteco community and their language were severely problematic. How can a mayor and a city council and city staff minimize indigenous people by saying that Mixtec people have no language? Did you not hear them speaking? It was not made better when others interjected to say that the Mixtec language is a dialect. There is a reason why the term Indian is no longer used when speaking about Native Americans. There are many outdated ideas that come from colonization, and these problematic mindsets perpetuate anti-indigenous sentiments that lead to further erasure of indigenous people. Mixtec people have a language. It is a language, not a dialect. To call it a dialect implies that it is primitive in comparison to other languages. It is a language. And some forms of Mixtec language have written forms. If you were not aware of this, then that should serve as an indicator that you need to educate yourselves more on who it is you are supposed to be representing. And this disappointment and frustration extends also to CAUSE and MICOP, nonprofits who were accompanying the indigenous people who came to speak last week. They were firsthand witnesses to the problematic commentary made by the mayor and others, and yet both of these groups who would like to make the community believe that they champion for the people only took to their social media to celebrate their so-called victory and said nothing about what was said in regards to indigenous people and their language. If you are going to recruit people of a marginalized identity to speak on your group's behalf, the least you can do is address all of the issues they face, not just the ones that benefit only you, even if it means speaking out on something problematic that is done by the people who approve your grant funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Genevieve Flores de Haro. 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayors John Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, Oxnard City Council members. On behalf of the Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project, MICOP, I'm here today regarding comments that were made at last week's special council meeting. For those who don't know, MICOP was founded in Oxnard in 2001, and we have over 20 years of serving the Indigenous migrant community, including Mixteco Zapoteco speakers. Ventura County is actually home to over 25,000 Indigenous migrants, with many living in Oxnard, specifically in the South Winds, College Park, Lemonwood, La Colonia neighborhoods, just to name a few. Given the large population of Indigenous language speakers in Oxnard, we were concerned to hear during the special council meeting remarks during the special meeting that there wasn't a Mixtec language and, quote, "It's Indigenous, I don't think it's a language." We try to assume good intentions. However, when elected officials misspeak or otherwise, having those phrases said in a public meeting by said elected officials who represent the thousands of Indigenous farm workers in Oxnard causes harm. For many folks who are unaware of our communities and who are watching the council meeting, there is weight by what is said on the dais. Words matter. Using a Spanish interpreter for a Mixtec speaker is not enough because Mixteco is not the same as Spanish. In fact, we at MICOP have found that there are over 24 Mixteco variants present here in Oxnard. Indigenous languages like Mixteco are over several thousand years old and have their own grammar, syntax, and vocabulary. They are languages, not dialects. At the council's pleasure, MICOP would like to offer cultural competency training to the council and city staff on the Indigenous residents in our community. One training will not make everyone an expert on our community, but would rather serve as a foundation for continued learning about us. Though our languages are oral, we've been successful using video, audio PSAs on topics such as census, labor rights, and COVID-19 to do outreach for our community, and would like to also offer technical assistance to the city for outreach efforts on the rent ordinance. One of the many greetings in the San Francisco Eagles variant of Mixteco can be translated in English as "You are here," meaning I see you. I hope you will take this opportunity to see us. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ariana Rivera. We got blue card for Ariana Rivera. Yes. You got 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ariana Rivera, also known as Ariana Nunez. So I came here today to make, I guess, the city of Oxnard, not only the city of Oxnard, but Ventura County, aware of the discrimination that goes on, not only, with all due respect, not only with the with our police department, with our HUD, with the services provided out here. It's, I don't think that the crisis that I've undergone the last year and a half, which I know my statement may not mean much, but I have documentations of the unfairness that was distributed to me in almost in every service. I think I contacted the city of Oxnard, and I really wanted to file a grievance against my county because I'm a citizen. I'm from Oxnard. I dress like I'm from Oxnard because I'm from Oxnard. I use the language that I use because I'm from Oxnard, and I've lived here my whole life. So I know recently, less than a month ago, I went to a church in Ventura, and I went to Ventura to go collect services that I needed. I've been homeless since they took my Section 8. My kids have been with their dad because of my situation, and I can't seem to find help anywhere. I sat down at a church and I was arrested by Ventura Police Department for prowling. For prowling. I'm sitting at a church reading my documents. I had to spend the night in jail for prowling. That, to me, that's just, that's outrageous. With the HUD department, I had Section 8, 3 years, got a divorce, and property owner sold the house. And that put me in a spot to where I had to look for another place. So 9 acres falls
20
in
seconds.
between. It falls in between the jurisdiction of Thousand Oaks and Oxnard. So my Section 8 voucher was, it got lost. And there went my housing. And it's very difficult to live off of a one-person income. It's impossible, you know?
Thank you. So any information you might have, you can always share it with the city clerk.
Yeah, I would really like for my case to be reviewed.
That's okay, but any information you have, you can submit it to the city clerk. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, our next speaker is Pat Brown. You have 3 minutes, Pat.
The young woman who was just up here at the mic was one of the few that I have been able to understand here tonight. There's something wrong with the sound system. Now, this is very loud, but the others, I'm not even sure if they're even plugged in. Something is very strange. In the last couple of weeks since we started having meetings here, the sound is just terrible. And it's been terrible on TV when we've been at home watching. It's been terrible. And it's not just me, because I've heard it from everybody I've talked to that watches it on TV. They're all complaining. And what you have to do is if you're at home watching it on TV, you have to turn up your sound system as high as you can get almost. And then as soon as the meeting is over, you have to turn it way down before you change channels, because it gets just so loud. It's just, it'll shake your house. It's that bad. So something needs to be done, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something in the back that needs to be turned on or what. And how come this is working and the others don't seem to be, or else you're not holding the mics up close enough. This young woman is pretty enough to be a fashion model. And I'm not kidding. She's beautiful. She's got a perfect figure and beautiful face. And that's where she could make some real money, because it's a natural talent that she has. Doesn't even have to work at it. So somebody who's out there and watching this tonight, who's a photographer, professional photographer, here's your chance. So anyway, I just wanted you to know that we do have a sound problem here, and it's not just me. It's a lot of other people have called me and complained to me about it as well. And I don't know what to do about it, because I don't know anything about sound systems. I just know when they're not working right, I can tell. So thank you very much. And let's hope that everything goes smoothly in the future, and we have no more COVID. We have no more meetings held up and just on television and whatnot, because that was torture. That was really, really torture. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Diana Reyes. Diana Reyes.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good
Mayor
evening.
Pro Tem and members of City Council. My name is Diana Reyes. I am a Recreation Leader 3, and I oversee the art component in the Oxnard Scholars After School Program. The Oxnard Scholars Program is a partnership between the Oxnard School District and the City of Oxnard Cultural and Community Services Department. On Thursday, April 7th, we held our annual art gala at RJ Frank Middle School, where students from 1st through 8th grade were able to showcase their artwork. This year's theme was Regions of Mexico, which celebrated culture through art. Thank you to the over 1,000 visitors we had, and to all of our amazing staff that worked so hard. Thank you to the council members who were able to attend. If you look around the council chambers, you will see a portion of our 1,300 pieces of art that were displayed that night. This is Viviana from our Scholars Program at Soria.
We can't see Viviana. You better hold her so she.
This is Viviana from our Oxnard Scholars Program at Soria, and her artwork highlights the colorful painted houses in Guanajuato, Mexico.
Oh, does she want to share anything other than the photo? Viviana?
Hi, my name is Viviana. Hi, my name is Viviana, and I really enjoyed seeing a lot of other art at the art gala. Me and my friend Enzo, we were all looking for our art, but we didn't exactly quite see it there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're in good hands. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Diana, thank you for all the paintings and drawings and artwork that you brought over to us, from the different schools. I saw McKenna and Dr. Lopez Academy of Science and other.
Brecky and Frank as well.
Brecky too. Thank you for the
Thank
good
you.
work.
Thank you.
Put your hands together for Diana. Okay, Madam Clerk, any other speakers? I don't have any other speakers for this. Items not on the agenda.
No additional speakers for this item. Thank you.
Okay, so our next item is item H, and this is the
Mr. Mayor. I
excuse me,
actually have
item G. Go ahead.
G.
Mhm. Go ahead.
Yes, there are a couple of quick updates for item G. So I have two quick reminders, and then the Public Works Director has a couple of quick and important updates as well. So first is, and it's going to come up here, is just a reminder that we have our next job fair is actually occurring tomorrow. This is a partnership we continue with Oxnard College. So the job fair is at Oxnard College tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. and running until 1 p.m. And it's in front of the Performing Arts Building. The general address there is 4000 South Rose Avenue. And the parking lot there will be available for people who wish to attend. And then, Madam Clerk, if you can go to the next slide, please. And then here, just again, another reminder that the Sports Park Idea Day is coming fast upon us, and that will be on Saturday, April 30th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. At Sports Park, which is at the corner of Gonzales and Oxnard Boulevard. And as a reminder, this is where we've invited groups and organizations and neighborhoods with ideas about what might become of Sports Park to come and make their pitch directly to the community. So we look forward to that date. Again, it's Saturday, April 30. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our Public Works Director, Mr. Michael Wolf, for a couple of quick updates.
Mr. Wolf.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Member of the Council, Michael Wolf, Public Works Director. I wanted to provide two updates, one about the drought, and then we'll talk a little bit about a comment that was made 2 weeks ago about one of our parks. So I wanted to update on the drought about January, earlier this year, January, we gave a drought update through a staff report. Since then, unfortunately, the water supply, so the rain and the snowpack has not substantially improved. It's been reported that this is the driest 3 years in California's history. Recently, the state has confirmed their 5% allocation, which is the same as last year. However, we're not seeing the same response from some of our regional partners in that same 5% allocation. So an update on some of the regional agencies, Callegas and Metropolitan Water District. So on April 6th, Callegas, who is our state water project supplier, declared a stage 3 drought. And working through Met's staff and up to the board will be a potential for them to approve limiting landscaping watering to 1 day per week in the state water project dependent areas, which would be Oxnard as one of them, requiring member agencies to adopt and implement effective enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance with this limit, and imposing volumetric penalties up to $2,000 per acre foot for noncompliance. So from an Oxnard's perspective, we roughly purchase about 10,000 acre feet of water from Callegas. So at a penalty of $2,000 an acre foot, we could see penalties up into the $20 million range if it goes forward. This is a rapidly evolving and fluid process. Next week, so the 26th, Met will have a special board meeting and will likely declare a water shortage emergency condition exists and also adopt an emergency water conservation program. The next day, the 27th, Callegas is going to be moving forward with a special board meeting, again, likely to adopt mandatory conservation measures. As a reminder, Oxnard is in a stage 2 drought condition. We have been for some time. We confirmed that back in January. Staff will be presenting to council in May next month recommendations for this dynamic and evolving situation, which will likely include intensifying our current outreach program, proactive water ambassadors, establishment of a water waste hotline, and measures to allow staff to rapidly respond to regional agencies' mandates and restrictions. So that concludes my drought update. The next item I'd like to
Hold on, Councilman Tehran, do you want to share a couple of words before?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that update, Mr. Wolf. Just a quick thing, not to get into extended discussion, but I'm hoping that as this progresses and evolves, that this final messaging or whatever it ends up being can be communicated to the public as regular reminders, not only for their own conservation, but also to recognize why the city is taking steps we're taking to be part of that solution as well. So thank you.
And you're going to be conveying that message in Spanish and English and Mixteco.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The other update is from a comment that we got 2 weeks ago about Community Center Park West. The public speaker came to the podium and provided some input. They talked about 3 things which we'll touch on today. One is about the sports field condition, and we'll have our Assistant Public Works Director, Steve Hallett, provide some information on that. They also talked about the snack bar and our homeless and criminal activities that are occurring in that area. So I'll bring up Steve Hallett to answer that first part of the question.
Thank you, Michael. Hey, Steve.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I want to speak just briefly about the conditions and the field preparation. Last month, the park staff was working on all of our sports fields to get them reconditioned for the spring season. And so when Mr. Quinn appeared at the council meeting 2 weeks ago and said 3 conditions that were out there were turf in the infields, the home plate being uneven, and the gophers in the outfield, we take that very seriously. And coming at a council meeting, staff really appreciates the close working relationship that we have with our youth sports organizations. And so to have that come to council, we took it really seriously, and we met out there at the fields the next day, met with park staff to review the conditions. The sports fields were actually reconditioned 5 weeks ago. So the infields were completely redone and top dressed, so there is no grass in the infields. Home plate was leveled. And Mr. Quinn also brought up the condition of the outfields with the gophers and the uneven fields. This is a condition that is extensive throughout the city. As you know, we recently awarded a new contract for gopher abatement. That started on April 1st. However, 5 weeks ago, staff was doing their best to try to level out the fields. They brought in 20 tons of topsoil for the outfield. It is still in terrible condition, just like many of the other sports fields out there. And within the next couple of weeks, we're working with the streets division to bring out a roller to see if we could smooth out those fields and then apply some more topsoil. So we're working to continue to improve these fields for the users. So with that, if there's any questions about the field conditioning, I can turn it over to Terrell to discuss the.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the work on the fields. One of the ancillary issues was also the condition of one of the restrooms there. I guess apparently from what I understand, one can be secured and the other one can't, but I don't know for sure. So are we doing anything with the condition of the restrooms for for the facility?
For the restrooms, we coordinate that with the youth sports associations to open the restrooms during their usage of them. And then when the fields are not in use, they're closed again.
Okay,
And I believe Terrell can speak more to
okay.
that.
I've seen pictures of them from as long as a month or 2 months ago that one doesn't look too bad. The other one is pretty abysmal. So
Mr.
I'm hoping we can get a handle on that also.
Mr. City Attorney, just for clarification, some of the council members saying, but go ahead and ask questions of staff, right?
So this is not on the agenda. This
Yes.
is just the report of the city manager. So only the briefest of
Statements.
clarifying questions can be asked. And we've already spent 3 minutes on this.
Okay,
item.
well, thank you for clarification. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, there was a comment about the snack bar on November 3rd, 2020. Their staff noticed a active break-in. Oxnard Police Department was called and they caught the people breaking in. Some equipment was damaged. 5 pieces of equipment was stolen, and there were some things that need to be repaired. Those things did get repaired, and Seaside, my understanding, was able to purchase some of the new equipment. And for the season of 2021 and 2022, the snack bar was fully operational.
Okay, thank you. Just some quick comments, Councilor Perrella, and then Councilor Basua.
Mayor, I'd just like to say I'm very grateful that we're having questions that have been brought up in public comment, leaving a perception in the public's mind that we're not paying attention. I really appreciate this.
Thank you.
It's great to have somebody answer the question. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I can be brief also, as Terrell just covered the issue related to the witness break-in. Our homeless liaison officers are keenly aware of this spot. I know this from personal experience, having go there. They visit that spot every day that they're here. They have been instructed to conduct directed enforcement specifically related to vagrancy and some of the other disorderly conducts that were being reported in the parks. As you know, the council passed an ordinance in 2019 about the illegal encampments. That park is also subject to that ordinance, so that ordinance is enforced there by them. They've also done some crime prevention through environmental design assessments of the park. They've made some suggestions to that, and they think that issue is being handled. But in short, they also do check the restrooms to make sure that nobody's broken into them. So overall, I can tell you that they're aware of it.
Great, thank you. Councilor Basua.
Just really quick, because I know we're not supposed to really discuss this, but because we have been in COVID, I'm sure that these fields were not worked on before, so it's playing catch up. And I greatly appreciate all the work that is being done with the gophers and the field maintenance. And maybe just for future, if maybe we can allocate additional resources.
Thank you.
You'll have the budget coming up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the report, city manager and staff. It's an excellent report. Our next item is item H, and this is the city council. And if members of the city council have any brief announcements they'd like to make on their activities, and also if you'd like to have any items placed for the future agenda, this is the time to do so. And let's try to keep to the 3 minutes. And we'll start off with Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a couple quick updates. Number one, I want to thank our after-school programs folks and to Viviana, who was here earlier, for the wonderful artwork that is in the council chambers tonight. Just seeing the great talent and creativity that our Oxnard youth have is just always enlightening and always welcome. And I hope that we can get more things like this in our public areas as well. Well, some quick things. I attended the Driffle Career Day earlier this month, and I want to thank Miss Marisela Guillen and Miss Monica Arias Melgoza for coordinating that, as well as the other Driffle staff who were able to make that happen, and ran into some familiar faces there of other city staff and county staff, and a number of people from different career fields who came out to speak to their students at Driffle about how they landed in their careers and how they can get to that. I was there that morning as a council member, actually, and talked a little bit about what local government looks like. I know that doesn't sound like it's exciting for 7th graders, but I have my ways and they really enjoyed it. And I will say that it turns out when we were having discussion with the students, there was one student who said, "Oh, I really like that they're going to put a skate park over there by the PAL." And when he said that, I recognized he was a young person I had interacted with out in the community a few weeks earlier. He was skateboarding with some friends, and I started chatting with them, and I mentioned, "Oh, they're going to build a skate park over there when they redo this property at Campus Park." And he had remembered that. And I said, "Hey, did we talk a few weeks ago?" He said, "Yeah, we did." And so it was really a really cool, not only small world thing, but also it was great that he had heard that information and was able to share that, and was really looking forward to it. So thank you again to Driffle for the invitation for that. I also attended the Wilson Neighborhood Council meeting, which was an in-person election meeting out at the public library. Congrats to their executive board on their election. And Gary Blum has been reelected as chair, and Mr. James Reach is their vice chair. Angela Whitecomb is their secretary, and their members at large are actually 2 new residents to the neighborhood, and they stepped up to volunteer to be on the executive board. And their names are Carmen Ramirez and Brian Toledano. And it's a different Carmen Ramirez than the one who was here earlier this evening. I also want to thank our public works staff for the major weed abatement that occurred at Campus Park. And anyone who's driven by lately knows that this time of year, the weeds grow pretty wild and get pretty tall. And I just want to thank the staff for being responsive to residents and their inquiries about that. And I was happy to see that the work had started on that today, and already just in one day looks amazing. So thank you for the work on that. I also want to thank Mr. Scott Kolwitz, who I know stepped out of the room. Hearing that he's leaving is definitely a loss to the city, but I wish him luck in his next chapter. He's a true professional who's been very helpful in all things planning. And I always look forward to discussing those items when they came up, because he had a very helpful way of helping me kind of see things in perspective from a planning perspective. And I always enjoyed our conversations and being able to, knowing that if I could connect residents with him with questions or his team, they were in good hands. So thank you to Mr. Kolwitz for his service. And lastly, just an item for staff. There was discussion that I've been following since January around neighborhood cleanups for our neighborhood councils. And the INCO has had discussion around this and sent a letter to all of us as well. And in monitoring the situation and hearing the concerns and what was brought up by the neighborhood councils, I would like to ask our city manager to work with our staff to see about reinstatement of the neighborhood cleanups model. And if there's a way that we can move forward utilizing that model in addition to what we have planned for October already, I think that can only continue to serve good. I'd also like to ask that the INCO please continue the work that you do in the community, and also see how you can also be part of the solution to incorporate the neighborhoods that currently don't have cleanups or have had struggles to get cleanups to happen in their neighborhoods. So I would like to, I challenged myself to that when I was in the INCO. How do we get these other neighborhoods going? I know their current executive board is working on that, but I would like to ask the INCO continue to do that part of it as well. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the transportation side of the world, up until yesterday, the Transportation Services Agency, or TSA, had continued the mask mandate on public transportation and also airlines. Well, an appeals judge, in I believe in Florida, ruled that that was not allowable anymore. So that mandate no longer exists. But should you choose to ride on public transportation, be it Go Coast or VCTC buses or Amtrak, if you feel the need to wear a mask, by all means, wear one. Feel free, be safe if you desire to do so, but it is no longer a mandate due to a court decision. So personally, I wear a mask most of the time anyway. My wife thinks I look better when I wear a mask. So, and that's my free choice to do that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone for being here today. I do have a few items on my end, but I wanted to start with Also supporting Councilmember Turan's request on the neighborhood cleanups. I think it would be really helpful to take a look at that. So I just wanted to express that support as concerns that I've heard from neighborhoods in my district as well. And last week, Councilmember Perella and I were in attendance at the Airport Authority meeting. There's been a lot of concerns about noise from airplanes doing these touch and goes. So this is an ongoing issue that the Airport Authority and county staff are working on. So just want to share about that as in case anyone else does hear about it. And if there are concerns, there is a way that anyone can submit complaints about noise brought on by planes landing at the airport. So thank you for anyone who has been engaged in that. And then lastly, this coming Thursday, there is the Redwood Neighborhood Council meeting at 6. I look forward to seeing you there, Mayor. And on Friday, there is a resource fair that will be taking place at Oxnard High School. It is a group, Progresando Juntos, that will be holding a resource fair open to students, families. It's from 6 to 8 p.m. at Oxnard High School. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, I had the pleasure of attending the art show done by the Oxnard School District and the City of Oxnard's after school program. It's actually one of my favorite events, something I always look forward to going and seeing. This year, actually, his artwork's up here. It's actually on the other side of us. Along the back is my young cousin's work at McKenna. One of his drawings is on there. I saw it on the back end, so I made sure to send it to his mom, my aunt. So I'm sure he's very happy about it. Also, I want to thank actually the Oxnard School District. We do have a partnership with Bricky School, that park that resides there. They actually had issues with their own softball field. The Oxnard School District, I reached out and they happened to take care of it relatively quickly. So I want to thank them. And then lastly, what's the day? Oh, great. Oh, on May 4th, actually we'll probably be meeting here the day before. But May 4th, Rose Park is having, the Rose Park neighborhood's having their first in-person meeting in 2+ years. So look forward to going to Rose Avenue School and speaking. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perella.
Thank you, Mayor. Over the past time, I've had the opportunity also to attend the art event at Frank's School. I did see Councilman Madrigal there and the city manager. I've had the opportunity to attend the Airport Authority, which Councilmember Lopez addressed, and she is the chair of the Oxnard Airport Authority. One of the highlights of that meeting was the approval by the Oxnard Airport Authority of the pilot hangar owner, the hangars and the owners and the lease agreements. It's to go to the Board of Supervisors, but it's been a big accomplishment. It's taken about 8 years to get that accomplished. Had the opportunity to attend the VRSD, Ventura Regional Sanitation District meeting. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the Public Works Department for the extra work that they're doing in landscaping, weeds, springtime, summer, warm weather, the weeds grow like crazy. Gophers are going crazy, but we have Public Works and the private contractors that are getting after these things. The Mr. Kolowitz leaving, that came as a surprise to me. I didn't know. I think he did a good job for our city, but people get opportunities and they say there's an opportunity that comes and you should take advantage of it. So he must have gotten a great opportunity to move on. I wish him the very best. I learned tonight of someone else in the city attorney's office that may be getting an opportunity like that. It hasn't been made public, so I won't lose the name, but I wish him the very best. I would also like to thank the Public Works Director for giving an update on the water issue and potentially the fines, because an issue that comes up, and I brought it up in the past, is the LA Regional Water Quality potentially fining the city several $1,000s per incident of car washes that do not recapture the water. There's an ongoing incident in our Public Works, our development services, code enforcement's working on it. but it takes the cooperation of the property owners. If any individual goes on a Sunday or a Saturday to the intersection of Channel Islands and Saviors Road on the west side, you will see basically numerous private car wash operators working, and all the water stays on the street and goes down the storm drain. At the time that the regional water quality came to this body, when I was on the Interneighborhood Council several years ago, it was $10,000 an event, not for the day, per event. So we are exposing ourselves to that. I can't imagine the fines have gone down. And as a closer, I'd like to congratulate Dan and Barbara Pinedo on another year's anniversary. Very best of luck. Many more.
Thank you. And I'd just like to share, I had a couple of items that happened over the last week, and I want to thank the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council Chair, Tig McNally, for inviting me to speak about the state of the city and also the water quality issues. However, one of the things that I mentioned to Tom, that the time that was allotted per speakers was just minimal, and to me, it was an injustice to the city of Oxnard to try to share a multitude of items there in the city. So one of the things that I recommended to Tom, that if in the future, just for information, invite the city for a specific project like water quality or Measure E or whatever, so that way we could have more time to do so. So I believe that the way it was set up, there was really, we didn't have the opportunity to share the good things that the city of Oxnard is doing here in the city of Oxnard in just 5 or 10 minutes. But I also want to thank our Public Works Director, Michael Wolf, for being there too, and our Assistant Steve Hollett, Eric Story, and Erica Cortez. They were there to answer questions. However, again, no time, but I want to thank him for being there and to taking your time. And by the time we spoke, we were probably number 20, maybe an hour and a half later. And by that time, half of the people were gone. It was a well-attended neighborhood council, but I think in the future that potentially maybe one subject per 1 hour or hour and a half per neighborhood is probably will suffice and give the city more of an opportunity to share the good things that we're doing. Additionally, today I had the opportunity to meet at the Old Colonia boxing gym with a former world champion, Fernando Vargas, and his 3 sons who are starting to fight professionally. In fact, Fernando says there are 3 sons. They're scheduled to fight at the Forum in Los Angeles here on May the 14th. And Fernando was very, very happy to come back to his hometown, Oxnard. He calls it roots for his kids to see where he started boxing, him and Garcia and quite a few other boxers here in the city of Oxnard. And it's so shared, that the city of Oxnard is the city of champions, and he was really, really proud to be here today. So I also want to thank Terrell Harrison and our Cultural Community Service Director, and Jesse Tapia for being there today for the invitation. And by the way, that little gym, it looks kind of nice, even though we need a lot of work, but they were just happy to be here today. So thank you. That's all I have. And our next item is the consent item. This is the review of the consent items, and we have 8 items to consider. I don't have any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, no, we do not have any speakers on this item. Thank you.
So council members, we have items 1 through 8. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Mayor, if there's no comments, I would move approval.
Move approval by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilman Basua. Turan, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to just thank Mr. Harrison and Mr. Wolf and your teams regarding the statewide park development and community revitalization grant for Durley Park. Congratulations again. I know that this is our recognition of that acceptance of the grant award, but there's a lot of great work that happened with the community around Durley Park and the schools and the leagues over there. And just thank you all for your teamwork in working with the community to put together a successful grant application. And I'm looking forward to the work to go to the next steps there at Durley Park. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to highlight item 8, which is the
from Cultural and Community Services, which is the elimination of library overdue fines. I just want to bring that up because while monetarily it's not a significant number in terms of the city's overall budget, this is a significant shift in our philosophy and how we approach providing library services. There are only a handful of systems across the nation that have done this. So in this category, I consider us in a rare moment being a fast follower. But you can read some interesting articles about how the New York City Public Library system actually studied the effectiveness or the obstructionism of library late fines. And they certainly determined that if you eliminate the fines, that actually helps more people, especially young people, utilize the public library more often. So I believe, as I recall, for their system, it was at least $3 million or more that they were giving up by eliminating the late fines. So I just wanted to highlight that. It is a major shift in how we provide library services for the community, and it's significant. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Terrell, for his staff. Thank you for that information. So we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Basua. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is a public hearing. This is a time and place for us to set a public hearing on item L1, the Police Department. The subject, introduction of a city ordinance establishes a military equipment use policy for the police department. The recommendation is the city council conduct a public hearing and introduce for the first reading by title only and waiving any further reading of the ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 7 of the Oxnard City Code that's entitled, quote, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 7, to the City Code governing the use of military equipment by the Police Department. We start off with the City Clerk's certification and publication of any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on April 7th, 2022, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website, and a person who did not sign up during the 3 minutes to register and may do so by now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and on the city council website, oxnard.org.city/city meetings. The police chief Benitez, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is going to make an introductory comments on this item. It's available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony. The council will deliberate after the public hearing is closed. Chief Benitez will now make a brief introductory comment on this item, after which council members may ask clarifying questions. Chief Benitez.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Jason Benitez, Chief of Police. The item that before us tonight, as you mentioned, deals with the topic of quote unquote military equipment. This is born out of a growing discussion in our country over the past several years about the militarization of policing in America. There was a very lengthy staff report and I believe about a 38-minute video that went through the entire complexities of this new legislation, which is now passed in the government code, section 7070 through 7075. And in that, there are a number of items that qualify as military equipment, although they are not necessarily born from the military. There were some items in the report that you may have questions about, but you'll see that other items like mobile command posts, the drones, things like that are considered to be military equipment under this bill. One thing to point out, the police department only has equipment that classify under 7 of the 15 different categories of definitions of military equipment. So I would say, broadly speaking, that we are not a militarized police department. We have equipment that is typically within the norm for most police departments. I can't speak for every police department in this country. Some that have actually purchased some equipment from the military, or actually not purchased, but have received it. Of note, there was a program known as DERMO, It's also known as the 1033 program that provides this type of military surplus equipment to agencies. We no longer participate in that program. We haven't been receiving that equipment for some time. We have some residual equipment that we picked up decades ago, which in the report included things like helmets, gas masks, some Vietnam conflict era rifles, which are now have been turned away, which we no longer possess. So basically, I have to come to the council. Police law enforcement agencies in California must go before their governing bodies every year to submit their policy, which is enacted by ordinance. And each year, the council receives a report from the police department on its military equipment inventory, any complaints that are registered to it, and detail about things such as uses of this equipment. The council then votes on whether or not to accept that policy for the year, reject the policy for the year, or suggest modifications to that. And so this is what this process has started. And agencies are required to begin these proceedings by May 1st of this year. So we're a little ahead of the curve. We got this started earlier this year. So here we are. And so what I will do is I will defer to questions from the council.
Thank you. Before we go to the public, Councilmember Turan, you have a question?
I'm happy to take the comments first if other council members are fine with that.
Any other council members? Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item? So we do. Okay, so we have Cynthia Gonzalez. Mhm.
Good evening, Mayor
Good evening.
Zaragoza and all of the other city council
Mhm,
members.
mhm.
My name is Cynthia Gonzalez, and I just wanted to say a couple of things. I've seen the presentation on this issue, and I guess I'm really excited to know that our city council and our governing board will have the ability to approve these military equipment every year. I think that's a really great idea. I think a lot of people are afraid that this is going to militarize our police, but there's a difference. As Chief Benitez said, the different things that are listed, the equipment that are listed under AB 481, those items are not necessarily the scary items that we're afraid of. It's stuff like drones. I don't agree that those things should be classified as military equipment, but I don't know a lot about that subject. But I really think this is a good thing, and I think it's going to keep everybody involved. And I think that it definitely, it promotes transparency, which I think is a huge thing for our community. We want to know what's going on. We want to know what's going to show up at our house if there's a problem. We want to know how our police department is handling situations. And I'm really, like I said, I'm glad that this is before you tonight in public hearing. And I can't wait to see how we're going to handle it going forward in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers. Thank you.
We do not, okay. Okay, so if you don't have any additional speakers, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council members, any questions of the chief on this item? Go ahead. Mhm. Excuse me, Mayor, Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
Thank you, Chief Benitez, for the introduction, and thank you for the, actually, it was a 40-minute video. And then thank you to Ms. Gonzalez for those comments as well. I just have a couple quick clarifying questions. You already touched on it a little bit, but just for the benefit of the public, can you clarify for us what this policy is and what this policy is not? Because the way that the the law reads, or the way that even the agenda item might be inferred by people, may seem like, as Ms. Gonzalez has said, they may infer that we're militarizing our police department, or that there's a formality of militarizing. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Hopefully I'm going down the right track by answering your question, but what I'm saying in this bill is that the equipment that is prescribed or is defined as military equipment under this legislation is not necessarily armored personnel carriers, military equipment, things that actually come from the military or are built specifically from the military. And for example, one of the probably the clearest example of this is mobile command posts, which is essentially a commercial grade recreational vehicle with a radio console, computers, a bathroom, and a conference room. And so not specifically built for the military, but the legislation defines it as such. The department we don't possess that type of equipment that is from the military to begin with, and we never really have. We've taken minor bits of equipment decades ago that I mentioned earlier, but we don't have these tanks, these armored personnel carriers and things like that are built for war.
Thank you. And you had mentioned in your comments just now and in the presentation that there are I think it was half of the categories that are spelled out by the legislation where Oxnard Police Department does not have any equipment from those categories. Can you give us examples of what some of the things are that we do not have and have no intention of getting, it seems like?
Certainly, for example, on slide 10 from the slideshow, if that was available, that depicts I believe it's about a 12-ton mine-resistant anti-personnel personnel carrier. These things that you would see in conflicts like in Afghanistan. These are clearly large-scale armored cars. There's a picture of one in there. Next, there you go. One of these things. We do not have that type of equipment.
That's the MRAP, right?
Yeah, it's an MRAP. Those are basically built to resist mines in a war theater. So other equipment, there are things out there. The bill goes out to describe a number of different things. For example, I'll point to one that we don't have. Tracked armored vehicles. We don't have anything with tracks on them. Weaponized aircraft, vessels, or vehicles of any kind. We just don't have that type of thing. We have drones, but we've been before the council as of 2019. We actually did a lot of public outreach on that particular subject. And part of our policy says that we don't weaponize our drones. The ones that we use, well, according to this bill, you can go to a retail store, pick up one over the shelf, and because you were using it for police purposes, it is now qualifies as military equipment. So firearms and ammunition of 50 caliber or greater, we simply don't have that type of material. Explosives, we do not have explosives to so those are some of the more striking things that fall under there. There are some other items that fall under this legislation. Subsection 13 talks about microwave weapons. We don't have such a thing. The water cannons, and I believe that water cannons are not even used in the United States by any police departments. Long-range acoustic devices, we simply don't have that type of materials. These are a lot larger pieces of equipment. We don't have any need for them. One thing to conclude is that what I think what is important for the community to understand is that we at the police department, we need to do everything we can to demystify our inventories. The equipment that is in here is known as less lethal technology, which is actually a force option is below a firearm. And as such, it is intended to prevent the use of a firearm. For example, if you've seen the beanbag shotgun rounds that were pictured in the staff report, or the pepper ball, or any of those types of devices, those are intended to actually avoid having to use a firearm to begin with. So
great, thank you. And just one last question and one last comment, Mayor. Very quickly, Chief, the vehicle that was just up on the screen a moment ago, can you give us the difference between that vehicle and the two vehicles we do have in the inventory?
Certainly. In the slideshow, if you go to, I believe it is slide number. Slide number 11, you'll see that the police department has in its possession 2 Lenco Bearcats. And what these essentially are armored cars. They're built on a commercial chassis similar to an F-350. They are armored to withstand, they have a certain ballistic rating. They're used as a rescue vehicle. They also do have some breaching capabilities, but by and large, they're not built for the military. It is not necessarily a military item. And yeah, that's pretty much what they do. I have shown the council in the past some of the rescues that they have performed. That was in the slideshow. You can actually see what it's intended to do, but it's not a tank. And the main thing to say about this, there are no weapons on this platform.
Thank you. My last comment is, thank you, Chief, for those updates. You had mentioned about the less lethal options. And even though it's not part of this item, I do want to thank you for your team's commitment to crisis intervention team or trained officers who are trained to de-escalate situations so that no type of force can be used at all whenever possible. And so I'm hoping that as time goes on, we can focus more on use of non-force, where it's more open dialogue and doing what needs to be done in order to de-escalate a situation. A person will hopefully have resolution to that situation through those techniques versus the use of force. So those are my comments. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Perrella.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the dialogue back and forth, but I would like to reach out to the member of the public that spoke. Thank you very much for taking the time here to come and ask the questions you did. I take your questions and your concerns very seriously. One of the issues that I find that would be beneficial to the public, you'll get a yearly update and you'll be able to hold your elected officials accountable. If they're not going in a direction you want, you hold them accountable at the election box. One of the things that I'd like to address, there's been a big move to, do away with police departments. If we just, some people get the newspapers and some people don't. If we just look at what our police departments have been able to take off the streets in the city of Oxnard, guns that are unregistered, stolen guns, ghost guns, guns with similar to AK-47. This is not once or twice or 3 times. This material is out there. I totally support the issue of having an armored car. No different than you would not support not having an armored car go to a bank. I don't want my police to have less protection than the guy driving the material to the bank. We're coming to pick up receipts at our city of Oxnard. The issue of public safety is a big deal for the public and the employees of the city of Oxnard. Thank you very much for this presentation.
So Chief, the ghost guns is a big one right now. I know that the president just tried to outlaw ghost guns, and anybody can buy a ghost gun and put it together, and they're not registered and we can't identify them. So are we having a big problem here with ghost guns, or a problem at all here in Oxnard?
The short answer to that is yes. In my presentation, my April 5th update to the council, I showed some pictures of the ghost guns and said that they're becoming a daily occurrence for us. And since that report from the 5th, I can tell you that almost every day we've come across a ghost gun. And there may be a couple of exceptions where we didn't, but it's now so common to see those in our city.
And under, was it 481, all the equipment that we have has to be called military equipment.
Yes, under the 15 categories.
That's mandated, yeah.
Yes. The legislation actually just defines that as military equipment, so we have to call it that.
Okay, but excellent presentation. It was a long presentation, but well defined. It was really, really a great presentation. Thank you, Chief, for the good work that you've done.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Hey, and just quick clarification, Chief. When we say armored, we're talking about a protective element of a vehicle. When we say armed, we're talking about an offensive element of a vehicle.
Correct. Those are 2 very different things. They're practically the opposite.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I'd like to entertain a motion at this time on this item. Okay, first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Perrella. Please vote. And I'm sure that Council Basua. Good. No? Good. I know, I'm just kidding. Okay, we'll wait a few minutes.
Chief, I really appreciated you using the word demystify for the public. That's what this is about. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Deputy City Attorney Jason Zaragoza for his work with us on this.
He's another gem in our city attorney's office.
Okay, so we go, Council Basua, yes, no, or indifferent? Yes. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you, Chief. Our next item is item L2, and this is time and place for us to set a public hearing on L2 Community Development Department. The subject's Portofino Place, a request for a general plan amendment to change the 2030 plan land use designation of a 7.61 acre site located along the south side of Fifth Street at the intersection of Portofino Place, south of Oxnard Airport, APN 185-0-221-025 and 185-0221-265 and 185-0223-015 from business research park BRP to residential medium RMPZ 20-620202, a zone change from business research park to multiple family R2 RPZ 20-57002, and a tentative map subdivision tract map 6064 for condominium purposes, PZ 20300-20 to allow for the construction of 92-story condominium dwelling units and associated site improvements. And the recommendation is that City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing, and 1, to adopt a resolution adopting the addendum number 1 to the previous adopted mitigation negative DEG MND 2004-11, and for 2, adopt a resolution approving planning zone permit number 20-620-02, general plan amendment to change the land use designation of the project site from business research park BRP to residential medium RM. And 4, and introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving further reading, approving the planning and zoning permit number 20-570-2, zone change to change the zoning of the project site from business research park to multifamily R2, and set the date of the second hearing to occur on May 3rd, 2022. And 5, to adopt a resolution approving the planning and zoning permit number 02300-20, tentative subdivision map from tract number 6064, subject to certain findings and conditions. And 6, approve an affordable housing agreement. And we start off with the clerk's certification and publication and any written communications, if any, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on March 31st, 2022. The city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And council members, do we have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding the matter to state on the record? Council members, Councilmember Perrello.
I serve on the Ventura County Airport Authority as an Oxnard Airport Authority member, and we did vote on this activity. I was one of the ones, 3-2 vote. I was in denial.
3-2.
On this. I'm sharing that.
Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was part of the Airport Authority meeting and acted on this item.
Any other council members? I did not have any ex parte communication at all on this item. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sit on Ventura County Transportation Commission, and we are the airport land use agency that oversees these types of requests. And we did review and approve this request.
Okay, Basua? No? Councilman Madrigal? No? Okay, thank you. Our next item is, there was a video presentation by planning staff regarding this item. It was posted in accordance with Measure M, and the applicants also have the opportunity to make a presentation at this time. Do the applicants wish to make a presentation at this time? If so, please come up to the podium.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. I represent the.
Go ahead, speaker. Mhm.
Watch this.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Speak up.
Speak up. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Thank you. I am the developer presenting this project. I thank the city and all the staff for all the effort they've gone through to help us get to this date. And I hope that we can present the most positive application for this rezoning. So I have a slide deck. There's.
Okay.
And can you also please state your name for the record?
Oh, my name is John Carnicel.
Mhm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To start off, this is almost a culmination of a 4-year process to work with the staff, the city, and the community to find the most suitable development for this area, as we believe. We're presenting or proposing. Am I hitting the right button? Okay. Thank you very much. So as you can see, we're at 5th Street in mid-block between Ventura and Victoria. We at Portofino Place, as you can see, the site is both sides of Portofino Place. Next slide. Some of the real positive things we believe we bring to this opportunity is the developments around us and the opportunity to be a more compatible and suitable development within that area. Part of our studies had proven that a commercial development as entitled would almost have nearly 5 million vehicle miles traveled annually to support that type of activity. And we believe this one is less than 1 million or approximately 1.8 million vehicle miles traveled annually. We believe that's representing quite a substantial less impactful for the area as opposed to providing what could be built or what it's currently allowed to be built in that area. So some of the reasons we're asking for this change in master plan and zoning designation. Next slide. Other direction. There one, go again. And one more. Okay. Once again, we're providing 45 duplexes for the area. We think we have centralized pool and social areas for all within the community. It's gated. We're providing all of the amenities needed. We don't believe that there will be any impact for the area for outside of our gates for traffic or any other mitigants that go along with having a new development in an infill site like this. As you saw in the various impact report, it's substantially less traffic or vehicle miles traveled. So we think that's bolstering our request for this type of development. We are adding to the area some of the developments and some of the things that have gone on in the past to make this the most suitable for the area. Is we're exiting directly on both sides out to 5th Street. We're also providing traffic calming devices. We're bringing to the area and to Portofino and adjacent street. We're also providing adding a bus stop to the area. So we think that we're bringing quite a bit of character and support to this development. Next slide. We're in compliant with the city and agreed and adopted with the city Affordable Housing Act related to this. We're providing that on site. Some of the things, because of the adjacency to the airport and the airport zone, we were granted a unanimous support for that in that last Ventura County hearing. But we're providing additional items that we think that will help the enjoyment to our community with sound double pane windows. We're insulating the entire facility, not just for energy code, but throughout the entire property. We've done this on other communities that we've had that have been adjacent to freeways or areas that would be subject to louder noise. So we think it'll provide not only an additional energy efficiency, but it also quite a bit more enjoyment throughout the whole facility. And that means every wall, interior, exterior of the whole facility. We're also providing energy efficiency with solar panels and the Title 24 compliance. Next slide. As you can see, we're providing a streetscape, all our own parking. Our parking is well in excess of code compliance. We think that's really important with our communities. We've also enjoyed very high occupancy and utilization of our communities. So we think that we go in and above any code compliance to make sure that that's something that's just not negatively impacted to the neighborhood. Next slide. As you can see here, we're built on both sides of the Portofino entrance. We exit on 5th Street. We have our community access areas on both sides and throughout our neighborhoods. Next slide. We have extensive landscape. We're continuing the 30-foot buffer that the city provides on the entrance down 5th Street. We're continuing that along the way and throughout our community. Next slide. And it happens on both sides of the space. We also have worked with Public Works to put our stormwater collection system underground so we can utilize the open space areas for our people within our community. Next slide. Here's an elevation of some of our units. Next slide. As you can go through our styling, and next slide. And then we also have very modern or contemporary fixtures and textures to go along with that. Next slide. And the next slide. So in closing, we've been in this community. I've been in this community, and we own a facility for almost 40 years around the corner, 54 duplexes. They've had 100% occupancy for the entire period. We've had a long-term ownership, pride of ownership, and we think that this will add to that in this community. Next slide. This is showing, although we have it, this will be condoed and available at some point in time in the future for sale. We intend to have it as one of our community properties. This shows the average occupancy in the term that people have lived with us in our community right around the corner. This is less than 2 miles as a crow flies from this project. So in closing, on my final slide, I want to thank everyone for what we're doing. I think we've done as much as possible to bring the right development, the right place to this time in this location. And I ask you for your support.
Thank you so much. And council members, staff, and the applicants are available for any clarifying questions that the council members might have at this time. Councilman Turan, followed by Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Turan.
That's right. You can go first.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Mayor.
Kim?
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of clarifying questions on this. First one, looking at the petition that came quite a while ago, my first reaction to that is the residents who had concerns about the plans for the development. Has there been continued conversation with them, and have they come to an agreement with folks on how this is being laid out, and what did that outreach look like to the surrounding neighborhoods?
We've done quite a bit of that. We certainly are welcome for any kind of input, and we've embraced it every time we received it. We had a community development meeting. We met with association members adjacent to us. We also have had the planning commission, and every time during these periods and times, we've sought their input, received their input, and made significant changes to try to help this facility fit within what we would think would be the most harmonious way to that community. So we certainly are welcome and continue to listen to any and all input that we may receive.
Okay, and I know on your last slide, you did mention that there was community outreach and there was general support from the community. That's, were there folks who way back when had put their name on this petition who then later met with you and understand what the project's about and where you're coming from and have been, I don't want to use the word converted, but are now in agreement that, okay, this sounds like it's a sound plan? Have you had any folks like that?
I can't speak for them, but what I can speak to is any and all of those items that were brought up. Neighborhood parking, maybe not having enough. We went to over an abundance amount so that we wouldn't get caught on that. We worked with traffic and the city on what we do for the area is adjacent to a school. And that traffic is significant and pertinent to people, right? So we're adding traffic calming devices, not only obviously all subject to the city's approval, but we worked closely with them that on our street and the neighboring street to provide calming devices, additional things to help do that. We reoriented the project to face Fifth Street, the more busy street when exiting. So we did a lot, and as much as we could, we believe, to listen and to respond to those concerns that we heard from others.
Okay, thank you. And you actually touched on my next 2 points. Number one was Soria School, which is in very close proximity. And just like any school, it will have high traffic times during the morning and afternoon for arrival and release. The added layer being that it's on Fifth Street, a main arterial road in our city. But thank you for touching on that. My next question beyond that, though, was you had mentioned traffic calming devices in the presentation. Can you expand on that a little bit? What exactly is a traffic calming device in this context?
Yeah, the city's provided a device. I mean, if something they would like to speak more to, but it illuminates and it identifies your speed and as I understand it, and it helps you understand that you are progressing too fast and brings it to your attention, as well as any other identification of things that traffic will add to our request. But we've agreed to provide any and all of those devices, not only on Portofino, but on the adjacent street, if they find it suitable. So we've committed to that in our conditions.
I see. So it's a display that when you go by, it monitors your speed and says, hey, your speed's this, the speed limit's supposed to be this. Is that correct?
Yes, and it very much identifies, whether it's something you know or don't know, it's bringing it to your attention, trying to intentionally slow you down and bring you within compliance of the speed.
I see. Thank you. My last question, and maybe this might preview maybe our planning staff. Going back to the petition, one of the requests was around a traffic signal at Fifth and Portofino with U-turn capabilities. And I seem to recall when this came to us prior, before it had to be rescheduled to today, that was an item of conversation I remember looking at. And I'm just wondering if we have information on whether that's going to happen, and if not, why that was not needed.
Thank you, Steph.
Councilmember Tehran. So that was a discussion that was had during the planning commission meeting. During that meeting, our city traffic engineer spoke and essentially found that it wasn't warranted at this time. Also, I know we have Tatiana, our city engineer here as well, who might be able to speak a little bit more to that. But generally speaking, at this time, it was found that it wasn't warranted with this project.
Tatiana, you too. Sure.
Yes, Tatiana Arno, city engineer. He is correct. So at this time, we have found that that is not warranted through the warrant analysis process. This was determined by our previous city traffic engineer, Mr. Tim Bokum, and has been reconfirmed with our current traffic operations engineer, Kumar Nepali.
Okay, and the reasoning for it not being warranted is it not enough cars are going to be coming in, or?
That's exactly right. So the traffic flow patterns that we're anticipating coming through this intersection don't necessarily show that that's going to be necessary in order to be able to serve this new development that's being proposed.
I see. Okay, thank you. And I said that was my last question, but my actual last question is around the airport. And I saw that there was approval by the relevant agencies or bodies that would have to review this regarding the airport. Can we speak that a little bit about that? Is that we've received approval and the stamp of approval from Airport Authority and the Land Use Commission on this?
Absolutely. It was something we presented. It had a compatibility study, and it was found in the 3 areas that it governed, as I understand it, and Kate, you can speak to that as well, that it was in compliance in all those areas. So it was suitable to build at the restricted size, coverage of 25% coverage, as well as height limitations and all of the items that were required for it to meet that compliance.
And that was a 3-2 approval by the Airport Authority.
And then subsequently on to the Greater Commission.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Oh, did Mr. Pearson have something?
Again, just to kind of reiterate what he said, that the project did go through the process and has been designed to comply with all of the requirements per the airport and the 6 cities city code. And yes, it was approved 3-2, and then it was a unanimous decision before the Airport Land Use Commission.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick question here, and it's probably answered one of the 278 conditions in there, but I'm not seeing it real clearly. Interior streets are private or public?
Private.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So members of the public are invited to sign up from the city website, and any person that did not sign up to speak on this item can do so by looking at our website at the oxnard.org city meetings. And the council would deliberate after the hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any additional questions at this time? Okay, if not, then excuse me, Councilor Perella.
Thank you, Mayor. You had mentioned it's a very attractive looking project. You had mentioned that the storm drains will be underground.
Yes.
How will we make sure that the storm drains, if they are underground, there is no ponding of water, which would generate the odors that happen in other areas coming from the storm drains? How do we take care of that?
Okay, that's a very good question. The system that I understand that we've used in other communities, as well as we're proposing that to the city, is below grade. So it comes initially and is collected, and it drains into a below grade system. So it won't be exposed to a surface system, and it won't be draining at that surface level.
Will there then be the need for a lift pump to pump?
No. It returns itself through the aggregate that's put below it, and it returns itself into the ground, the aquifer that we have.
Great. Thank you very much. Just a comment to the council. I am grateful to hear that there were questions asked about the petitions and the petition signers. And the reason I asked that, there was an item some weeks back, months maybe, about a several hundred signature petition, and no one, I recall, asked the developer if they contacted them. They didn't seem to put much value in those petition signatures. I appreciate you reaching out. As you've identified, you talked to the people that were on the petition. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, should this go forward, I'd like to make a quick request. So I was paying attention to their presentation, and I noticed that on the plantings, especially around the perimeter of the project, I believe those are based on our very, very outdated landscape standards. And I'd like to request that we actually reduce those requirements. It's too dense, too much planting. My guess is the list of approved plants is also outdated. And given that, it seems like we're going into a stage 3 in terms of the drought emergency. If this should go forward, I'd like to provide the opportunity for the Public Works Director to work with the applicant team to reduce the required plantings around the perimeter and also give them the most recent list of approved trees and so on. Thank you.
Councilman Pereira.
Yes, it sounds like a good idea, City Manager. My question is, we've just hired consultants to review the types of trees. Will this take that into,
That's
thank
right.
you.
Yes.
Good point. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay.
And I would have made one more comment if I can.
Go ahead.
To respond to you, Isidro, the planning person on this site worked and reached out to those people that were on those and had those communications as well. So I think that independently of whatever we attempted to do, the city did as well and communicated back to us a lot of those comments. So I was very pleased with that support and how that happened as well.
Appreciate that. And Isidro was a loss for the city. I appreciate that, but thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, council members. Okay, then, thank you again. And thank you. Now I'm going to open the public testimony portion of this hearing. Speakers have up to 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We currently have 2 public speakers and the additional speaker that just signed up.
Okay,
One
and
moment,
do we have who do we have as Campbell or Finderman?
Fine.
Finderman, okay, so that's Brian Finderman. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Okay, hello, my name is Brian Finnerman, and I want to thank the Oxnard City Council, the Planning Commission and the staff and the public for this opportunity to share some thoughts on the Portofino Place project. I, with my family, have been long-term members of the Oxnard community and are owners of the land that is the subject of this project and have owned it since the 1960s. My father farmed this area and his business was headquartered in downtown Oxnard. Maybe some of the people remember the Mel Finnerman Incorporated Company at Oxnard Boulevard and 3rd Street. Over the last 15 years, we have been to this council twice for general plan amendments, which were approved and created the wonderful communities directly south of this project. And we wholeheartedly support and recommend Portofino Place's approval tonight, as the Oxnard Planning Commission, the Airport Authority, and staff have recommended as well. This will be a great addition to the Oxnard communities and the tax base for Oxnard. This small parcel was a part of a larger 185-acre project called the Oxnard Business Park in the late 1980s, which included Aaron Raznick, Martin V. Smith, and others, and would have been a huge undertaking, and which created the original BRP zoning going from Victoria past Portofino Place all the way through the soccer fields. Over the years, there have been developments in this strip of land, notably the beautiful soccer field and the school, and an important retail corner on Victoria and West 5th Street, and housing, which Oxnard needs. And thinking through all the possibilities for this last parcel, we firmly believe that this is the highest and best use for the community and the city. We believe in the applicant and as an extremely solid developer and manager of projects like this, and have known that they and the planning staff have worked extremely well together and to solve all issues brought forward and agreement on conditions to make this the best project. We appreciate the time to pursue this project over the many months preceding tonight's vote. And again, thank you to everyone involved and appreciate the time and approval tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Finderman. Our next speaker is Pat Brown.
I've been here since the fall of 1993 here in Oxnard. And I lived right near the 5 Points intersection, just north of it. And I get a huge amount of noise from all the trains, and they just honk and honk and honk and honk and just drive us up the wall. But In 2005, I had to have a new roof put on, and I made them put in all new insulation and as thick as they could possibly make it. And now, unless my windows are open, I don't hear them at all. I open the front door and walk out and a blast of it, but it's not inside. All I did was just have more insulation put in the roof. That's the secret. My husband worked at Aspen Helicopters for 19 years before he died. In fact, he was there all day working the day before he died in the middle of the night. And I am at Camarillo Airport 3 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays all day with the Aviation Museum, with the old World War II airplanes that were running up and are making a tremendous amount of noise constantly. So, and I've been to way over 200 air shows just with them, besides all the rest. So I'm very much aware of noise and of airplane noise and helicopter noise, et cetera, et cetera. But in my mind, the secret of the whole thing is insulation. That's it. You have insulation and nobody's going to hear a dang thing unless they open the window, and with double windows, you probably won't even hear it there. And you got it made. And it's too bad that this property has been sitting here for so many years, because I noticed when they first put in the first few places there, near there, and I was thinking, why don't they fill in the rest? Well, it's because people don't like the noise. Well, since I got my new insulation in 2005, that is the secret to the whole thing. So, and if it was me, I'd go to Aspen Helicopters and the other businesses around that are people that fly and whatnot, and I'd get them to buy a place there. Then you don't have any problem. They're not going to complain because they're flying out of there anyway and all over the country. So that's just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker on this item is Everardo Huerta. Everardo Huerta.
Hello, Council. Good evening. How are you? Well, first of all, I currently live right down the street on Saratoga Street, right down the street from the project. And I think since the 1980s, I think since the 1980s, I believe. I can honestly say, you guys know the housing crisis is my compassion right now, and HOAs and really getting on top of a lot of these communities that were built around the airport, and really adjusting these old communities and bringing them up. It has been my concentration through this political platform. So what I'm trying to say is that I think out of all the property management companies that I've been under, I honestly can say I've never seen a group of units well-managed, well-kept up. I don't think I've ever seen anybody complain in regards to any of my friends or relatives that actually live in these units. I would think I would think this organization is probably the strongest organization that we probably worked for when it comes down to dual property units and condominiums, when it comes down to fixing our affordable housing crisis. I think that it's a perfect example what our housing unit should be reflecting when it comes down to our housing projects. I think that we should let them manage our housing projects for a bit and pick up our city, because I think that these two blocks that they well manage is perfect for what we need in that area off of 5th Street in Victoria. I think that the city manager would appreciate it, and Mila would appreciate it, because honestly, it's if they're willing to take control and have a strong HOA in a community that's actually gated, when Bert really doesn't want that anymore, I think it's good to have it. We have the condominiums right off of 9th Street. Good property, I mean, good HOA as well. You know, they keep it up well. I think if we really reflect on getting into project companies like this and organizations like this to really keep up our community and really filling the gap of our housing crisis, I think it's the best way and best route to go. So I honestly think we should support the Portofino place. I think it's a great thing for Oxnard.
Thank you, Mr. Huerta.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
We do not have any additional speakers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. If not, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council members, any other comments on this item? Okay, so we have Councilman Perillo.
Number one, I'd like to thank Mr. Finnerman for mentioning what he did. And I'd like to share with the public. When I was a young kid, Mel Finnerman's produce business was very well known, highly respected. And one of the things about Mr. Mel Finnerman's produce business was well known. I never got to take advantage of it, nor did my family. We raised lemons. We weren't in the vegetable business. But it was known that if you were at Mr. Mel Finnerman's facility around lunch, he fed you. It was a big deal. This is the kind of guy that this was a good guy. So I just want to thank Mr. Finnerman for bringing that up. I didn't know you were related. He was, in my family's eye, a good guy. The points that I'd like to make on this. When this came to the airport authority, I brought it up that I wish that they would show some recognition of where planes have had incidents with respect to this proximity of these sites. I do recall that when I was looking to buy a house on the other side by Doris, it just so happened, roll of the dice, we went to look at a house the day after a plane had clipped the chimney off the house. Things happen. Gravity rules. But one of the things that happened, I was appointed to the Oxnard School District Oversight Committee for the Juan Soria School. And when I learned how the Juan Soria School was allowed to build next to the airport and the gymnastics that were caused to happen at the state level to allow a school to be built at the site, when originally there was no intention of housing or large numbers of people being involved that close to the school. It has been a concern to me. When I served on the airport authority with our past mayor, Mr. Tim Flynn, and our current mayor, Mr. John Zaragoza, as a board of supervisor, this issue came up with respect to the fact that there's a boys and a girls club, there's a Juan Soria school, and there's now proposed development in the Teal Club project, a lot of homes. I took the position based on, I'm not a flyer, but when I get in an airplane, I hope to God that it lands on the ground and I step out. I don't want any accidents, God forbid. But I believe the more homes we put in these proximities in areas that were designated to not have homes simply because of the airport proximity, I think we make a mistake. The airport authority voted 3-2 to approve this. The other no vote was a pilot who brought up the same things. Things happen. I can't support this, but I will say this. This is a first-class looking organization. The project looks really good, but I stand on my position about the proximity to the airport. I don't want to be somebody that goes to a house when a plane lands on it and have to go to a family and say, I'm sorry I supported this. But thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, number one, thank the applicant and the applicant team for coming out and our staff for working on this. I also want to thank Mr. Finnerman and Ms. Brown and Mr. Huerta for their comments. And in Mr. Huerta's testimony around his current place where he lives, and it sounds like it's managed by the same team. That's great that he took the time to be here and speak to that and speak in favor and in support of your work. That speaks volumes from someone who lives there. My line of questioning falls in line with the priorities that rose to the top of my head as I went through reading through this item. And that was the concerns that were brought up by residents and the outreach that occurred to them. And it sounds like it was sound. Also, how the team was going to be addressing parking and traffic, which invariably comes up with almost any project that comes before Planning Commission or comes before this body. The additional layer is around the airport and the proximity to it, as my colleague, Councilmember Perello, just brought up. And hearing that all of those things all lined up, and that even if it was a 3-2 vote, that it was a vote in favor of approval for this by the airport authority. I will thank the applicant team and our planning staff and all those involved for taking the time to be inclusive of residents, address the concerns that were brought up, have what looks like a sound plan in place for parking and traffic, and going to the airport authority as one of those steps and gaining their approval. For that reason, those all line up for me. I am absolutely a housing advocate. We need as much housing as we can get that is appropriate, but also serves a purpose of meeting the demand for our housing needs of our community. I stated this last week at the special meeting. Hopefully, as we go through here, we can add additional appropriate housing in order to meet that demand by adding to the supply and having pricing match accordingly. So for that reason, I absolutely support this. I want to thank everybody again for their work on this. And thank you again for being inclusive of residents and being thoughtful and intentional about planning this out. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dillon, your suggestion was that we include an additional condition that allows the Public Works Director to work with the applicant team regarding vegetation and making sure that the vegetation is consistent with water constraints, correct?
Correct, as well as reducing it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move the recommended action with that condition added in
Okay.
as the next condition.
Second.
Okay, first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Madrigal. Okay, please vote.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is, this is the first time and place set for the public hearing on this item L3 Housing Department. The subject is First Amendment to the 2021 Annual Action Plan and Second Amendment to the 2021 Annual Action Plan for the CARES Act. And the recommendation to City Council, number one, conduct a public hearing and receive public comments relating to the following documents to be submitted to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for the First Amendment to the 2021-22 Annual Action Funding Plan to close the relocate, slow, or no spending activities within the Community Development Block Grant projects moving forward between now and the close of the fiscal year, and to further define activities within the Emergency Shelter Grant CARES Act program with specific funding awards, both described in attachment 1. 2, to approve the update changes in activities pertinent to the mid-year relocation and described in attachment 1, and the 2021 amendment to the annual action plan, and the 2020 amendment to the annual action plan. And 3, authorize the city manager and his designee to execute the required applications, certifications, and other pertinent documents for the submission to the 2021 annual action plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Department, and the Second Amendment to the 2020 annual action plan relating to the Emergency Grant CARES Act. And 4, authorize the city manager and his designee to execute the appropriate agreement with the Community Development Block Grant Emergency Shelter Grant, CV partners, consultants, and contractors, and the ability to adjust any future funding in the mid-year activities not to exceed $50,000 if the programming remains more than less funding to meet their obligations. 5, authorize the city manager and his designee to incorporate any recommended changes resulting from the public input to the First Amendment to the 2021 Annual Action Plan and the Second Amendment to the 2020 Annual Action Plan as directed by the City Council, including amending a budget appropriation approved by the City Council. And 6, authorize the Finance Department to make any necessary revenue expenditures changes to the fiscal year 2022 budget, reflecting the amended budgets for the Community Development Block Grant and the Emergency Shelter Grant CARES Act relocation described in 2020-21 mid-year budgets. We start off with the city clerk certification of publication and any written communication, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Vida newspaper on March 17th and on March 31st, 2022, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website or in person. People that did not sign up have 3 minutes to register, if they may do so by following the instructions posted on the agenda and this meeting in the city's website, oxnard.org.city meetings. The Housing Authority, Mr. Ramirez, in accordance with the Measure E, posted a video presentation regarding this item, and it's available to answer any questions or briefing clarification questions council members may have. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Councilmember Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for this item. I know that there was a technical issue, and so folks who might have utilized the agenda to go to the pre-recorded video will see that the video is at a different link. So just for the benefit of the public, would you mind just summarizing what we have before us and what this public hearing is looking at?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The item before you is seeking to reallocate, reprogram certain funding that the Grants Division of the Housing Department has received from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant, and also a special allocation of emergency solutions grant from the CARES Act. As you know, those funding sources have specific timelines for performance, including what they call obligation, in others put them under contract, and the expenditure of those funds. The ESG COVID funds are needed to have been expended by September 30 of 2022. So that's coming up in a couple of months. The purpose of this reallocation is to make sure that all the funds that were not being spent timely or contracted timely can be reallocated to make sure that they get that performance occurs before the end of the period. So we're asking to reprogram some funding for some of the projects that we're not moving forward. One of them being an allocation to Thrive Mentorship, which is a local nonprofit for the purposes of a new project at Cuesta del Mar, which is a project with the neighborhood in that area. We're also reprogramming 3 different projects from Public Works Parks, Johnson Creek, Sierra Linda, and Thompson Park, and reprogramming into affordable housing acquisition. We're also reprogramming the rehabilitation loan program at $200,000 for affordable housing acquisition. All of those from the community development block grants. And then from ESG, COVID, we received a special allocation of just over $5.2 million. And we have spent and committed and spent significant part of that allocation. And so we are looking to reprogram and make sure that we perform on the balance of those funds. We're looking to an allocation to the emergency shelter. Emergency Solutions Grant, I should say, is specifically for the purposes of providing services to homeless population. So we're proposing $3.4 million for the emergency shelter, $260,000 for street outreach, and a $200,000 allocation for tenant-based rental assistance. Also some staff as a result of a special allocation of administrative funds from that COVID allocation. Some new programs that we're undertaking, some with Turning Point Foundation, a local area nonprofit that provides homeless services, as well as a new effort that we contracted for with the Ventura County Healthcare Agency for part of their contribution to street outreach, and specifically in this case to Halico, and the outreach that was done there and the subsequent housing of the people that were chronically homeless. Also, we identified a new program that we're proposing with United Way. United Way is helping us to do some landlord engagement to ensure that the people that were receiving the special purpose vouchers for homeless can be housed with those vouchers. Oftentimes, a landlord is more careful about approving a tenancy to a person that has a Section 8 voucher. So this landlord engagement program is working to mitigate that. So those are the new programs that we are seeking to undertake, and they allocate all the money that we need to commit and expend by the two different deadlines, one for CDBG and one for ESG COVID. Thank you.
Councilman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question in regards to the Community Development Block Grant. I know you are reallocating some of those funds to new activities. But in regards to the playgrounds, are we going to be able to fund those in any other way?
Tatiana.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Tatiana Arnaud, city engineer. So to answer your question, yes, we do have some general funds that came in through the last CIP cycle that we will be using to fund these 3 playground replacements. So those are actually been assigned to one of our newest project managers that just started over the last month or so, and they will be making those projects happen. Now, we couldn't meet the CDBG grant deadlines, which is why he's reallocating these funds, but we will be completing those hopefully later this summer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councilman Turan.
Actually, that was my question that Councilwoman Basua asked. So perfect. Thank you, Ms. Arnaud, for that response.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Director Ramirez. Now I'm going to open do we have any the public testimony section of this hearing? And Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not have any virtual public speakers registered for this item.
Okay, if we do not have any speakers, I'm closing the public hearing. And the council members, any additional comments or questions of Mr. Ramirez? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
Councilman Turan first,
Second.
second by Councilman Lopez. Roll call. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Okay, our next item is M1. This reports as a Public Works Department First Amendment to the Agreement of A8332 with Separation Processes Incorporated for the Groundwater Desalter Improvement Project PW 2144. And the City Council, the recommendation of City Council approve and authorize the mayor to 1, execute a First Amendment to the agreement A8332 with Separation Process Incorporated SP1 in the amount of $263,702 for not to exceed, $1,063,656 for additional design work required for the groundwater desalter improvement project PW 2144, project number 216508, and 2, approve the budget transfer in the amount of $263,702 from the water metering operations 601-6003 to the existing shelter upgrades water capital project number 216508. And again, this was a pre-recorded item under Measure M, and we have Tatiana. Any questions, council members, on this item? If not, Councilman Perrella?
Yes. When I first got on the council, I was given a tour of the water plant, and I was given a tour of how the cylinders plug up with the salts. And I was told that one of the issues was the SCADA program was not working as well as it should. There's been tremendous improvements, but what is the time frame that we do replace the mesh filter or clean it so that we don't have to buy new filters? At the past, that was one of the issues, was the cost of the filters. And there's been several people that have cycled through Public Works that covered that, but that was a big, is there a date on a calendar that we know somebody goes and checks it? And the reason I ask it very simply, I'm very impressed with Public Works, but I want to make sure that we don't have some new council member coming on board who gets a tour showing them plugged up and understanding we got to buy new filters.
Yes, Councilmember Perrello. So absolutely, we have an operations and maintenance plan for our facility and which establishes timeframes for when each of these things need to be checked. I have Tim Beeman, our supervising civil engineer, who's our utility guru here, who may be able to answer this question a little bit better. But basically, we do have these membranes that have a tendency to plug up, and that's why we have SPI here to help us basically assess what the issue is and what we can do to fix that problem moving forward. It's a very manual process right now, and so something they've identified is that we could do some sort of clean in place process that is more automated. And so that's what the scope of, or the amendment for this contract entails, is basically adding that scope into it. And as far as the timing goes, I don't know if Tim Beeman has that answer for us.
Tim, do you have any additional information for them?
Yeah.
Come up to the podium. Thank you.
Mayor, council members. Yes, so we monitor parameters within the system itself to show when the membranes are degrading, and that is when we trigger a clean in place process. At the same time, we look at water source, water quality from the 3 wells that serve the plant. And we also look at scaling or the descaling chemicals that we use on a regular basis. And the same consultant that is helping us with this is also doing that process. The time frame of membranes is obviously dependent on use, if it's in constant use or rotating use. So some of the membranes that we have in place are original, particularly with train 1, and that's why we're focusing on replacing those as part of this. And then I know that the water division brought an item a couple months back about replacing some of the membranes, and we're continuing to monitor those as well.
If I can follow up, Mayor?
Yes, it's going.
I appreciate that. But do we have somebody that's responsible that after 45 days, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, they make sure that everything is okay? Because in the past, this is before, I don't know how long you've been here, but when I first started, there was a tremendous expense because somebody had not checked. And the water was still being filtered, but certain filters were plugged up. And it was like a comedy of errors. Not saying that's happening now, but how do we make sure that if there's an electronic glitch, like what apparently happened in the past, there is somebody, a human being with eyes on, checking that it's being done?
That team is actually active daily watching those parameters. And so it's
It's
something
a-
that we
it's a
track
daily.
across everything. Oh, yes. It's
Thank you
a
very much.
constant
You put my
process.
mind at ease and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we, my apologies, we have a speaker in this item, Mayor Pro Tem. Pat Brown, and this is on the desalter project, M1, Pat Brown.
The desalter is the wave of the future. There isn't any should we or can we, it's we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's been a little bit of time since I've been through the facility over there, but last time I was over there, there were 1 or 2 of the groundwater pumps that were non-functional to bring, the brackish water up and through the system. Have we gotten all those back online?
Tim.
It's our VFDs, right? Yeah.
Yes, at this time we do. We do rotate through the wells, and Omar Castro can tell you the timeframes on that. It's a little bit outside where I help them, but right now they are all operational.
All
And
right,
will
thank you very
see
much.
things coming in the future.
It's
for the
just
other
nice that we're going
wells.
to spend this money on the filtration systems, that we have the pumps available to supply the water product to them. So we're not, fixing one thing and not doing anything with the rest of it. So
Yeah, in the coming months, we will be bringing other items to you with our wells and improvement projects, and that we already have in planning and moving forward.
I'd
Councilman
love to
Pearl.
spend Mr. Nguyen's money on that.
Excuse me.
So.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem, sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
If I could add to that, Mayor Pro Tem, what Tim Beeman is referring to is that, so next week we'll be going to the Public Works and Transportation Committee to present the next CIP cycle. You'll see
Great.
2 new projects in there, which are 2 new wells, one at Blending Station 3 and one at the Water Division headquarters.
Thank you, Councilman Pearl. You're good. Okay, we need a motion on this item to first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Pereira. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is item 2. This is Public Works Department Agreement A8456 with ELS Architecture and Urban Design for South Oxnard Aquatic Center Professional Design Services. And the recommendation is the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement A8456 with ESL Architecture and Urban Design in the amount of $3,900,057 for the professional design and services for the South Oxnard Aquatic Center Improvement Project. And again, this was recorded under pre-recorded, and of course, then we have Mr. Wolf or Tatiana give us additional information on this item. Or do you? You're good? Any, okay, let me see. So we have 2, Brian McDonald, Council Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question? That's, okay, but let us, before we continue, we have a speaker on this item. Let me go ahead and call the speaker, and this is Pat Brown.
Where is everybody tonight? Am I the only one here? The Aquatic Center. I've been hearing for years, well, since I've been here since 1993, I've been hearing about wanting an aquatic center, a really nice one in South Oxnard. I hear about it even now, even recently, even before this even came up. I hear it. I hear about it. Everybody wants it. There is no question. To me, there is no question. Now, I learned how to swim in an irrigation canal and took Red Cross swimming lessons a couple of times. Swimming is very, very good for your health. It's very good for all of young people should learn how to swim and swim very well before they go out in the ocean to swim out there. They need to really know how to swim. Otherwise, you may never come back. So this is very, very important, just like the desalter. This is very important. I appreciate you're bringing this up so that people do have a chance to say yes or no. But to me, it's a yes, of course. There is no other answer. It's yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will join Ms. Pat in the excitement for seeing this. It's I want to say the first step in this process, but it's one of many steps that our city staff has been taking and putting in a lot of work to bring this forward. So I'm really excited to see this, and especially to have a timeline. So if Ms. Arnaud can just share, she presented this, or it was in her presentation, but if you could just share what this timeline is going to look like, and to really highlight that this is happening. It's not just an idea that's been put out there, but this is happening very soon.
Absolutely, Councilwoman Lopez. I would actually contend that step one was getting the $5 million. And so now that's actually what's going to actually provide us the opportunity to make this project come to fruition. So after we award this contract, hopefully tonight, we will be starting the outreach portion of the contract, which will take approximately 3 months. There'll be 3 outreach sessions that will be held. And then we'll also be taking this to the Parks Commission, as well as the Public Works and Transportation Committee, and possibly council, to look at whatever the final design is based on what the final programming is. And then we'll get into the design phase, which will take approximately 10 months. That depends on what our EIR process looks like, though. For right now, it looks like we might be able to do a mitigated neg deck, which will help shorten that process a little bit. Then thereafter, we actually have to get into the actual bidding of the project, right? And this is a pretty substantial project. That should take 3 to 4 months. And then we award it. Construction at this time, we're anticipating is going to take probably 12 to 18 months at a minimum. So that's something that we'll be working with our consultants on to hone in on those particulars of that schedule. But as of right now, that's the preliminary big picture schedule.
Thank you. Do we, did we take it to the public? I didn't hear that.
To the Public Works and Transportation.
Public input.
So there was some preliminary public input already taken. Our recreation department actually led those efforts, but we'll be doing additional. So yeah, there's some things that are I guess ideas that we have as far as programming goes, but we want to make sure that we get all the input we can to finalize those things.
Thank you. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I also share in the enthusiasm for tonight. I know you can't see it with my mask on, but I am excited. To echo what Ms. Brown had brought up, I want to thank Ms. Brown and Mr. Ebbett for being here this evening. This item, unfortunately, because of the prohibition that Measure M places on the public seeing live presentations at the live council meetings, I thank you for going over the timeline with that Councilwoman Lopez had brought up. Ms. Arnaud, I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind just taking a moment to speak about the item in front of us and the agreement we're looking at for this next portion. I know you've touched on it, but just so it's clear for the public what this item is before us.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilman Turan. So basically what this contract will entail is there are various tasks, obviously, that are going to fall under our consultant ELS. So the first being the community outreach, which I touched on already. Then after that, we'll be doing conceptual, or through that process, we'll have conceptual and schematic designs that they will produce for us. Once we hone in on the final programming for this aquatic center, they'll get into what we call construction documentation, which will basically entail the design of this. So they'll produce the plans, the specifications, and then provide us with a rough order of magnitude cost estimate for the construction of this facility. We have a rough idea of what that looks like. As part of that too, we are asking them to provide us with an operations and maintenance manual that'll come along with it, and an understanding of what the maintenance costs will be, right? So if we over-program this and we can't afford to maintain it, that's not good. So we're going to try to find a good mix of programs that we could offer through this aquatic center that we could also afford after it's completed, right? So all of those things is something that is going to be included in this. And then they'll be there at our side when we're going through the bidding process to respond to requests for information that come in from the potential bidders. And then once we actually get into the construction of this thing, which is why it's a long-term contract, you'll see here that it's a 4-year contract. They're going to be at our side to help us with the construction administration. So as requests for information come in through the project cycle or through the construction cycle, as well as submittals, they'll be there to review those and sign off on those as the architect of record.
Thank you for that. And I just want to close by my comments by stating that it's been stated, I think incorrectly, that we're looking at installing a single swimming pool or a swimming pool at next to College Park, and we're going to spend millions of dollars on it. It sounds like, just based on the scope of work we have in front of us, or that the agreement will be working on, this is much larger scale than that. This is an aquatic center. And not only that, this is a community sourced idea that we looked at for the initial ideas and design behind it. And now this firm is going to help further elaborate on that with additional outreach to the community. The community is being intentionally included in this process. So that way it's a good fit for our community. And I appreciate you saying that we're right sizing the programming. So that way we make sure that what we're getting is going to be feasible for maintenance and programming for our city and our community. The last thing I'll say is that I've heard folks say, well, why are we spending so much money on a swimming pool in South Oxnard? There are many other challenges that our city faces, especially in that part of town in South Oxnard, to which I would counter that swimming is one of those challenges that we face as a community. And I would counter, I'd love to ask someone, do you know how to swim? If you grew up in Oxnard and you know how to swim, that's actually a privilege. You had access to a swimming pool, or you had access to somebody who knew how to swim and the time to teach you that, or you had access to swimming lessons. So many of our children in the city of Oxnard do not know how to swim or have only the bare basics of swimming. And the access to this, especially in South Oxnard, is key to making sure that people have this vital skill to be able to know how to swim, especially in a beach community. And so I just want to thank you again for the work that's been done on this and how it will continue to better serve our community, especially our low socioeconomic status communities and our communities of color. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Perrella.
Thank you, Ms. Arnott. I want to thank the council for supporting putting a swimming pool in the south end of town. And I want to thank the Saviors Road design team for years ago when College Park was first initiated. Those individuals were the first people that advocated for swimming pool. Just kept talking and talking and talking. We didn't have the funds and there wasn't the backbone. The question that I have, only one question, and this is because of dealing with school districts. This is going to involve an architect. In a school district, if there are change orders required because of mistakes in the architectural plan, the architect that drew the plan, recent history, still is entitled to 16% of whatever that change order is. Is there a way to protect our city so this does not happen in this item?
I don't believe that that's something that as a city we need to worry about because we're not a school, right? So that we don't follow the same rules and regulations that our state schools do. So we would follow just a normal process, just like if it were a civil engineering firm or a structural firm that were helping us with any of these improvements.
Okay. The second question is, with respect to the pamphlet that we've been given about the pools, it's fantastic. It looks really fantastic. But is there a cookie cutter school, a cookie cutter pool that would look something like what we do? And we could take an hour and a half drive, 2-hour drive to go see exactly what we're going to put in South Oxnard? Or does each one have to be customized, built custom?
There are some examples that we could point to, right? So we actually did tour quite a few facilities here in the vicinity. So we went to the Ventura pool with our neighbors next door. We went over to Camarillo, which is a small facility, out to Santa Clarita to look at what their programming looks like. So there are those possibilities. There's many in the city of LA or in the LA proper area. But this one will be unique to Oxnard. We will be programming it based on what the community is asking us to program. And so it'll look different than every other pool, but there are components that you can go take a look at these other neighboring cities who do have aquatic centers already.
And the reason I ask, when this had been brought to the city council, there was concerns and desires expressed that eventually it would bring hotels and things and restaurants into the area because people would be coming for competitive events. And so competitive events, I'm thinking like a collegiate pool and the size of a collegiate pool. Have we looked at anything of that?
Yeah, so we are looking at an Olympic-sized pool as one of the program elements for this aquatic center.
Thank you very much.
And I want to thank you for that question because I know that our city manager had worked on projects as such. And I think, Mr. City Manager, you worked in the project up north that potentially has a lot of the amenities that was just shared by the council member regarding the hotels and convention centers and other competitive swim meets and so forth. Can you share a little bit about that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So in this arena, I've actually.
Before we go to, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, in this arena, I've actually not worked on it. I'm just a big fan of what other cities have been able to do, providing such aquatic centers for the community. And if there should become a competition element, then that would bring in a lot of weekend tourism. And aside from that, I don't know about all of you, I'm pre-ordering my Speedos.
We're going to hold you to that. Ashley, get the camera ready. I'm hoping that the magic that was created with bringing Amazon up quickly can happen here. Although I know it's a lot different, right? Because we're the city. So my hope for this area, which is going to be in District 5, is that we're able to attract competition teams to our city and allow for the south of Oxnard to grow economically. So that's my hope. I'm really looking forward to breaking ground on this, and I'm extremely excited, and And I hope that the team that brought Amazon to fruition
Mhm.
can be the same, well,
Duplicated.
duplicated. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I want to thank Senator Limon for the initial $5 million. And, that is just fantastic, that really helped us tremendously. And that's the vanguard that's starting out this big, beautiful project. So Tatiana, thank you for the good work. And that's a lot of work. And potentially, once we have the swimming pool, we're going to have the city manager's tub. So, okay, so we need a motion on this item. A motion
Second.
by Basu, second by Lopez. Please vote.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our last item is the Finance Department. This is a revision of the procurement ordinance reflecting preparation of the new Tyler Munis Enterprise Resource Planning ERP financial system. And the recommendation that the City Council introduce an amendment to the city's procurement ordinance in preparation for the launch of the core financial phase of Tyler Munis. And again, this is pre-recorded under Measure M, and we have Betsy George for any additional comments. Betsy George, son, it's up. If any questions by council members at this time? Oh, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to read into the record the title of the ordinance. It's not included in the agenda wording.
Okay, go ahead.
It is an ordinance of the City of Oxnard, California, amending and replacing portions of Article 5 of Chapter 4 of the Oxnard City Code relating to purchasing and contracting. And then when you do get around to making a motion, I would like to have you add our typical wording in there about introducing this ordinance by title only and waiving further reading.
Okay, I'm going to have you share that with us once we go from there. Okay, Mr. City Manager. Okay, I see the blinking. Oh, City Attorney, okay. Any question on this item? If not, we need a motion on this item and
Mayor, sorry, if we can maybe have Ms. George just share a little bit more about, I know there was a presentation, but I think that would just.
Miss who? Oh, Betsy?
Yeah, Ms.
Okay,
George.
go ahead, Betsy. Give us some additional information on this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Betsy George, Chief Financial Officer. And the primary change that's going to occur if this is approved by the council tonight would be to separate the approval of purchase orders from the execution of purchase orders. So currently, the purchasing agent or purchasing manager at the City of Oxnard approves and executes purchase orders up to $100,000. And then, of course, the city manager is the approver between $100,000 and $200,000, and anything over $200,000 goes to the council. And so the change that's proposed in front of you tonight is to have department directors approve the purchases up to $100,000, and then the purchasing agent would still execute the purchase order. But that puts the approval of the purchase with the individual who has budget authority over that, or budget accountability over the appropriation that the council has typically granted during the annual budget process.
So Betsy, you haven't really, the department has more control over, operational controls over their bidding process.
Partially, yes, but just more visibility and authority. They currently do review the requisitions in our current process, our paper-based process. But with the ERP, it's going to be electronic, and we wanted to codify what the process that already exists, because the managers and department heads do see the requisitions now.
Councilman Lopez. We're good. Okay, so Councilman Perella.
Ms. George, thank you very much for staying and for this item. Just one question. This would fall underneath the category of best management practices?
Yes, absolutely. To separate that, to better control, to have two people on that portion of the purchase order and have the person executing the purchase order separate from the person who is approving the spend.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your work for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And we need a motion with the wording, additional wording from this. Do you want to read that wording, Mr. City Attorney? So it's a
Sure.
motion by Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, to introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving further reading, the ordinance amending the city's procurement ordinance in preparation for the launch of the core financials phase of Tyler Munis.
Okay, with that, we need a second, Councilor Perrello? Okay, second, let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the last item, and we are adjourned. Thank you.